recorded live.
Hi, everybody. It's Thursday. It's May 26th. And tonight our special guest speaker is Loma Wharton from Oregon. She's my old lawman group buddy from years back. Hi, Loma. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Ann?
Fine, thank you. We haven't spoken in a while. Glad to hear your voice. I've heard you on the Power Hour and other talk shows, and thought you were really doing something great when you were doing all that investigation and research on the notice of lien. And then you were running for sheriff, right, weren't you?
No, Ray was going to run for sheriff, but she couldn't produce all the necessary documents. I ran for county clerk.
Oh, that's right, county clerk. How did that turn out?
Well, I didn't win. I garnered 4,000 votes, but we knew going in that I wouldn't win. Our goal was to expose what was going on in the recorder's office with the unlawful filing of electronic notices of federal tax lien and attorney's claims of lien.
So, yeah, you're a busy lady. That, the better part of what? A couple of 2-3 years you were doing that, right?
Well, we've been on this venture since 2004, actually. When we started, my brother and I started the Southern Oregon Lawman Group with Chuck Conses. And then we've just kind of morphed from that into the Liberators11.org. We have our own website.
Oh, good. I should have put that link up there. I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry. But that's good that you're telling us. Liberators, the number 11?
.org.
.org. Okay.
Yep, and we also are working in concert with Sheriff Mack and have put up a site for him called the Constitutional Sheriffs Association. It's okay. You'll find that a link to that on the Liberators website. But we're working very closely with 5 sheriffs here in Oregon, 2 sheriffs, Sheriff Palmer from Grant County, Oregon, and Sheriff Gilbertson from Josephine County, Oregon. He hosted the last MAC event. We've put on 2 MAC events up here, and he hosted the last one. And both those sheriffs have notified the Forest Service that since they did not produce the evidence of their ownership of any lands, as those 2 sheriffs requested, pretty much to stay off the land. So they've asserted themselves, and we're trying to get the organization going so that we can get those sheriffs that want to become board members for the Sheriff's Association to stand tall and stand up against what's going on with the federal government in our lands, especially in Oregon, because we're a timber-based state here, and they've pretty much shut everything down. The environmentalists have anyway. And so for those that want to help us get going, we've got to get the sheriffs to, Mac originally wanted to get them to Las Vegas so that they could set up the board and set up their policies and their procedures to take this stand. But, of course, financing is something that's been a problem for us, and that's one of the reasons why we set up the website, so that those that want to donate or become members of the Constitutional Sheriffs Association, candidates, sheriffs, or peace officers, either one, and then anybody can volunteer as well or send donations to help us get this going. And I understand that we've had a substantial amount of donations, but it's going to take probably $100,000 to get all of, and I'm just guessing high, to get those sheriffs that want to be the board members and get this going to Las Vegas so that they don't have to pay any expenses because they're all struggling right now to make the decision to stand tall with Sheriff Mack and stop the fraud and the extortion and everything that's going on in all of our counties now, because they are the chief law enforcement officers. They do have the authority to tell the federal government to get the hell out if they don't want them there.
Yeah, I know. Did you see that Sheriff DeMaio videos?
Yes.
That's so great. I mean, that guy, wow. He's like the ideal sheriff. In L.A. here, does anybody in your groups ever mention anything about the Los Angeles sheriff here? They're so corrupted. There's just no way they would ever honor their oath. They're just too far gone as far as payoffs go.
Oh, I can't speak to that, but I'm sure. It seems to me in the sheriffs that I have not talked with, but have watched, the ones that don't really have a clue are those sheriffs that get elected from the state police or from other types of law enforcement. But pretty much, I get anywhere from 1 to 2 requests a week from the Constitutional Sheriff's website, sheriffs or peace officers wanting to know more. And we've gotten 2 sheriffs from California. Sheriff Lope out of Siskiyou County is willing to organize the sheriffs in California to get this going. Right now, Sheriff Gilbertson is up at the Oregon Sheriff's Association meeting, and he's going to try to get more than just the other 2 sheriffs that here in Oregon that are working with him to try to get this off and running.
So you haven't stopped. You're still at it.
Oh, I can't, Ange.
I know. I was there with you, girlfriend. I know what it's like. That's wonderful, though, Keeps us young, I think.
We started the Southern Oregon Lawmen, and like I said, we've morphed into the Liberators 11, and we teach classes once a month here in Roseburg, and at various and sundry. Jean is the one that does our highway and the lean class. I have really delved into sustainable development, Agenda 21, and have been teaching classes myself, and then my brother does constitutional and Ray does political. But
wow.
It just keeps growing. More and more people are coming to our class, and less people seem to be going to AFP and 912. Not so much 912, but AFP. They started out that they were going to be an initiative class, and we can't get anybody to help us with initiatives. We can do them ourselves, but they're not willing to step out, or at least the ones here are not willing to step out. And
what's AFP?
Americans for Prosperity.
Oh, okay.
So, and we are doing something. We are suing. As far as the liens go, once we met Gene Pringle and realized that when you sue the IRS, you don't go put a whole bunch of paperwork and all your proof and your evidence into the court. You sue them, you file for discovery, and you summons them. If they don't come up with what you ask for, you simply file for a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim. They're the ones that have to put the evidence in that, in the respect that I'm doing is what we're doing with the notice to agent, notice to principal document is we've requested all of this documentation. They've not come forward with it, and they've continued to take my husband's Social Security. So at some point, and I haven't decided when yet, the last notice I got from them, they said that in order for them to give me the documents that I've requested through all 12 or 13 of my Freedom of Information Act, they would have to fabricate them. And that they don't do that. They've sent me to websites where that, as far as they're concerned, I'm to go to the Internal Revenue Manual and interpret it myself, pretty much. And that this is the last time that they will converse with me. So now it's time to sue them. It's time to put them on notice, and it's time to sue. I've gotten one agent to actually sign, a disclosure agent to actually sign her own signature. All the rest of them are computer generated. So my intent is, when I'm ready, is to sue the 2 agents out of the Fresno office and make them come to court and sue for
wow. Well, I'd like to follow that along. Make sure you keep us abreast of what's going on in that. So give us a little insight on all you've discovered during your research on the Nose of Lien.
Well, one of the main things that I never really realized, and it's all right there, it's all right there for us to read, is that I am a non-resident alien. I do not live inside Washington, D.C. or one of their territories. And if you follow, and I can't quote all of the stuff, I'm not the data expert like Jean is, but if you follow and use their own regulations against them to prove that they're committing crimes, for instance, when I opened my bank account, Jean set up an LLC for me. And when I opened my bank account without a Social Security number. So I got all of my documents from the state for the LLC and filed with the IRS. They sent me back a notice telling me that I was required. They gave me my tax ID number, and that I was required. Actually, it's not a tax ID number; it's an EIN number, employee identification number. They told me that I was required to pay taxes. So the letter that we put together simply said, excuse me, we are absolutely going to pay all the taxes that we owe, but this LLC is set up specific to your own Internal Revenue Code. And if we don't want to pay taxes because we have no employees, we have 10 or less members, there's a form that I'm required to file out to volunteer to pay taxes. So until I'm willing to fill out that form, I'm not required by your own statutes to pay a tax. And if you insist on me doing that, then we're going to file criminal charges because you're asking us to commit a crime.
Oh, how cool is that? And what'd they say?
Not a word.
Well, yeah.
Have not heard a word from them.
And how long has that been?
Well over a year.
Oh, see? Fabulous. I didn't know Eugene did that stuff.
Yeah, he does. He does that too. I do a lot of the paperwork for him on that when people have them, but he pretty much sets up the whole account.
Very good.
So
wow.
Yes.
I remember seeing you on those. What were those county commissioner videos?
We don't have those anymore because when Carolyn Kittleman was voted off, the commissioners voted to install a new system and go to voice recordings instead of video recordings.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess it was an embarrassment for them.
Yeah.
To say the least. Because they look like complete idiots, you know. That woman, though, was very good. They forced her off the commission, huh?
Yeah, they brought on, actually what they brought on was a commissioner by the name of Susan Morgan, and the last ballot for a sales tax, the last measure that was on the ballot for a sales tax, she was the deciding vote on it.
Yeah.
And because supposedly she said she knew if the legislature voted it in, the people would vote it out, but she did it, and when my brother asked her at a campaign meeting why she voted yes on it, she said because she didn't want to look bad in the public's eye. So she's just a go along to get along. She's a
yeah, that's why they brought her in, and that's why they got rid of the other woman.
Yes, very much so.
You know, it's kind of blatant. Well, they're like that here in LA too. But so I remember you were compiling this big old book of documentation. What's in that?
Well, actually, the big book was a creation of Jim Shaver out of in Washington, and what we ended up with was a book called Our Evidence Book, and that's what we presented to the county commissioners on August 8th, I should say Ray presented it, of 2007. And that week after we did that presentation, twice the county's website was shut down. At that time, you could buy for $5 a copy of the videos. And Commissioner Kittleman told us that as a result of that presentation that we made, the entire setup for the new videos that she got put in place was completely paid for, $5 at a time, for videos that people ordered. from the
Oh,
county.
well, one.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. So,
So.
fill me in a little bit on this lawsuit you're doing. How does one go about suing the IRS?
Well, basically what we have done, or what Jean has put together, is the first thing that you do is well, let's see, there's 5, 10, 15 FOIAs for 15 different files that the IRS has on you. One of them, for instance, is a 23 assessment form, a notice of federal tax lien, which is the 668YC, non-master file, forms 83 and 83, 1, for 1040 and 1040A. There's an AMDISA file, there's a Parlene file, a BMF file, an IMF file, master file, AIMS file. There's 15 different documents, and those
and you do a FOIA request for those.
Yes, and those are the FOIAs that the agents have said that they could not produce. The last agent, to the extent that I was seeking records, they made me go to Title 26. And let's see. She said, your letter appears to ask for documents concerning your personal responsibility to pay federal income tax. To respond to your request, we would have to create personalized and specific statements about your tax liability. In other words, they don't have the documents that we were looking for. I do have an old master file, but they're not willing to come forth with them, and I suspect it's because they know what we're up to because of the way the documents are written, and the documents are written as discovery documents. The notice to principal, notice to agent. I make it very clear in there that, let's see if I can find it for you, that I am not a resident of Washington, D.C., that I am, in fact, a national of the state of Oregon, and that I'm not domiciled within any federal jurisdiction, and that I do not derive any income by being engaged in any kind of trade or business, which they talk about in the IRC, which would be like the performance or the functions of public office by using a Social Security number within the United States. And then that's, I believe, is defined in 26 U.S.C. 7408, 701, which means the District of Columbia. And that I am, you can describe me as a non-taxpayer for Subtitle A with no liability. No liability exists for any of us that live outside of Washington, D.C. or their territories. So we're actually using their own internal revenue codes against them.
Very good.
And that's what, when I read, after we met Gene, and I read his, at that time it was 33 pages long. Now it's 37, I think, but that one is the one that's for employers. I'm self-employed, so mine is a little shorter. So I'm hoping Gene has been able to get them to stop levying his Social Security account.
He has.
I'm hoping that I will be able to get them to stop levying mine.
That'd be great. There's so many people that's happening to right now.
Yes, there is a lot of them.
And yeah, it's hard enough with the money being worth less, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
sorry. I'm sorry, Ange. When you had him on the other night, he just amazes me. I have to really study this and stay with it, and it's hard cramming all of this in my mind while I'm doing the sustainable development PowerPoint presentations and so on. But once I start going back and picking it up, it all comes back to me with what Chuck did. But and I don't remember now what if Chuck presented all of his evidence when he went to court. I don't remember when he sued them the first time. And as we all know, he spent 16 days in jail for contempt because he could not produce documentation of those people that he helped file taxes, which he never helped anybody file taxes.
Right.
So, but
yeah, they wanted the name they wanted to know who was doing his website.
They're grasping at straws, and we fully expect them to come after us too, but we're going on the offense instead of being on the defense, and that's
right.
By asking for specific documentation and letting them know right up front that the documentation that we're asking for is going to be used in a court setting.
What do you mean?
Well, let's see. The requested documents, let's say for the BMF file, the documents were requested are intended for use in a judicial proceeding. Therefore, please certify them as true and correct using a specific form that's meant for the BMF, which is it's a master file of some sort, and I think the form on that is 2866.
That's the business master file?
Yeah. And if those documents don't exist, please certify that they don't exist using form 3050, which is a certificate of lack of records.
Right. Wow.
So,
when I think back on all those that we did with Richard Standring, remember him?
Mm-hmm.
We were doing all those FOIAs, and too bad we didn't know we could do that and make them certified as court documents at the same time.
None of us are attorneys, tax attorneys, or really understand it. And now that I've worked with Gene for the last 3 years, when I do go to the Internal Revenue Manual, it's laid out right there specifically for us. I may not be able to quote any of the sections to you, but we go right to what they say in the manual, and those are what we ask for. They have all the forms. If you're looking for something, they have all their forms listed there. You can go on the site and get forms for specific things.
Does Eugene have a class out there that he does regularly, or?
Did a class November 14th of last year before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a regular thing, once a week type deal.
No, but we have some of the DVDs left from that traffic. Oh, no, that's the traffic class. When did he do the IRS class? Tax classes. Okay, yeah, it is the tax class. Taxes and traffic together is what he did, was actually taxes and traffic together. So if email him at his website or email me, and if you request a DVD, it's a lecture that he gave on a 2 DVD disc that he sells for $25.
Okay. And does he give the blow by blow on what to do to send out these FOIAs, what exactly is he teaching in that? What's the benefit we'll get? What will we learn?
Oh, good Lord. And for me to be able to go back and remember everything that was in those.
Don't worry. Sorry, don't worry. We'll have him on again, and he can go into it.
Yeah, he was a better one to talk to about those. Like I said, I just do paperwork and stuff for him. And then work on, my goal is to educate as many people as I can. I've been to 912 Cottage Grove, 912 Lake Oswego. I'm going to Washington County, Oregon.
Wow.
We have to expose Agenda 21 to the people and what's being done.
Yeah.
And freedomadvocates.org, Michael Shaw from there, I've seen him up here, and I just took work from Michael Shaw and Henry Lamb and put together a PowerPoint presentation. But what I do is I link your county and your cities with paperwork at the end of the class showing you how your counties and your cities are linked to Agenda 21, the United Nations program.
Oh, are you going to make that available to others, or I mean, do you have to be coming? Do we have to come to your class for that, or are you putting it on the website, or what?
No, you don't have to come to my class. Lake Oswego was the biggest class that I've done, and a gentleman that does videos for them, he has a video photography business, and he downloaded our camera from our camera of the class to a DVD that he's going to reproduce for us. That was 2 weekends ago. I went to that, and
when will those be ready?
I'm not quite sure. Dennis has got to contact him. A couple of the other classes that I've done, the videos didn't turn out really well. One of them, somebody kicked the camera. But the Lake Oswego, I've got it down pretty tight, and the documentation I'll also put on there too. And then it's pretty simple for you to go to your city and your county and identify whether or not they are dues-paying members to either ICLEI or Governments for Sustainability. They're all of this has been perpetrated upon us through the executive branches of the federal government and down through the state governments, because once Congress realized that the goal of Agenda 21, Sustainable Development, was to move us all into sustainable communities and take 90% of the land mass and turn it back for wildlife and eliminate 50% of the population on Earth, Congress voted no. So Ron Brown, Secretary, I think for Clinton or Bush Sr., whichever one, I can't remember which one it was.
Ron Brown?
Ron Brown, I believe he's
the one that was killed in the airplane crash?
Yes.
Yeah, that was Clinton.
Yeah, okay. He said that they could, at that time, administer 60% of sustainable development through the executive branches of government. So if you remember, Clinton established the President's Council on Sustainable Development, and it ran from 92 to 98, and then it left. And the sole purpose was to implement the Wildlands Project and Smart Growth down through the branches of our government. What they did is they took the environmentalists people from the environmentalist community, put them into positions within the executive branches. Then they get money filtered back to their environmental groups. They write policy. They lobby Congress. And if Congress won't pass the laws, then they step in and sue. Okay? When an environmentalist, Shelley, I forget her name, that's involved here, when those people step in to your county commissioners and raise hell about them contracting with a logging company or whatever it is, let me give you an example of what happened here 2 years ago. An ex-county commissioner, Joyce Morgan, mother-in-law of the current Susan Morgan commissioner, objected through the Land Conservation and Development Agency in Salem to stop Costco and 2 private owners from buying land because she didn't like where they were putting it. At the time, she was a real estate person, and I believe that Seneca Jones got her involved in it because they wanted to stop Costco from building next to the freeway and come out and sell them their property that was out on Diamond Lake, which was across town. However, what she did was she interfered with the execution of private contracts. What should have happened is those private landowners should have sued her for interfering with those private contracts on a personal basis.
your attorneys aren't going to say that because they want to play the game because they're the ones that make all the money.
Right.
Okay? And back in 1947, our legislature wrote a House Bill 418, which was the act for zoning and land use planning. And in that act, they said that they had to put it to a vote of the people, and it's very specific in how it was worded. In 1978, we had an initiative on the ballot up here exactly for that, for zoning and land use planning, and it failed. However, they've continued to implement zoning and land use planning. So this is the one thing that we have gotten this information to the sheriffs right along with a document that we've put together for them, which has the Eisenhower report in it, which is the report that shows the federal jurisdiction over the areas within the state of Oregon. We have a certified document from the General Services Administration that shows the inventory of federal properties within the jurisdictional status within the state of Oregon. We've got an affidavit that was done in Santa Fe County, which pertained to the federal jurisdiction over areas acquired by the United States in that county, and that gentleman certified that he did all of this research and records check and found that they didn't own any property. And then there's a U.S. Attorney's Manual from Title IX, and what we're going for now is documented evidence with Supreme Court rulings and so on that what has actually happened is when Oregon, and this is what we believe, we're trying to substantiate it all now with evidence, we believe that what happened when Oregon became one of the Union states, when it entered into the Union, the federal government withheld land. We did not enter on an equal footing as it says that we're required to do in the Constitution. They held back lands. So what we're going for is research so that when we're done, we can put on paper that we have researched it. This is the land that was ceded by the Oregon legislature with the governor's signature on it, sent to Congress, and this is the cessions that was accepted from Congress to show exactly the land that's owned by the federal government here. And we believe that the forests that they claim that they own, that they've stopped us from logging on now, they don't actually own. That there's 4 different types of, well, I don't know if you want to call
claims of ownership, or?
Well, no, there's 4 different types of jurisdiction. There's executive legislative jurisdiction, which is when the federal government owns title to the land, but the states still reserve the rights to do service of warrants and so on. And then the other one is concurrent legislative jurisdiction. It kind of, sort of, amounts to exclusive legislative jurisdiction, but the state still retains the right to exercise with the United States. And there's partial legislative jurisdiction and proprietarial. Proprietarial is where they've acquired some right or title to an area in a state. However, they've done that. We have to document. But the state still, or that the state doesn't have any authority over it. It's very vague. If you read the Eisenhower report, this is what is in there, and so our goal is to identify exactly what areas they do own, like your Ford's magazines, needful buildings, and so on, and come up with the sessions from our legislative archives proving to our sheriffs exactly what they do and do not own. And then,
do you know at this point already, or and you just now need to get evidence of it, or?
Yes. We have researched the first general laws of Oregon, 1859 or 1860, and we found no cessions there. So now what we're after are the governor's documentation where they've recommended the lands that they want to cede, and then try to document the legislative. In fact, what we're going after right now, and anybody can do this in their state. What I have done is I've gone to the Provisional and Territorial Records Guide at the state, their microfilm. We're going to go up and go through the Act of Admissions, because it will describe, it'll describe the legal boundaries of Oregon, the apportionment of its representatives, the public land that's been set aside, the use of public land sale fund, and jurisdiction over waterways and salt lands, which they do have the authority to have jurisdiction over the waterways. And the executive action journals, which is the documents of official actions of the governor. So we'll go through that and see what areas the governor at that time, who, by the way, was appointed by the federal government as a territorial governor, and see what we can find there. And then there's election returns, and I want to go through the election returns because there's some static here about there being two Oregon constitutions, and this in the elections records it has the original 1857. And then there's the Secretary's correspondence, which is includes letters, transmittals, receipts, and so on. We want to go through that and see what we can find, if there's anything in that we can use. And then their account ledgers, which show payments and receipts, so on, and account balances. By that, you can find out a whole lot. So it's not something that we're taking lightly. It's not something that we're in a hurry to do. And as we have made it clear to the sheriffs that everything that we give them will be honest and above board with evidence proving what we're saying, and that they need to give it to their people and have their people verify it too. So, and the Supreme Court rulings, my goodness, that Gene has will absolutely boggle your mind, and they make it very clear what the federal government could retain and didn't retain and don't have.
Yeah, I posted some of his links already when he was on. So there's a section under the guest speakers pages that it says Eugene Pringle. If you're interested, there's some links there that he referred to us. But, wow, you're just always a busy lady. And you don't do it lightly. You're like way deep involved. Like, you're amazing.
Well, I know
really.
Too much.
I know, that's what happens, see.
And it's for my grandchildren that I'm doing what I'm doing.
Well, God bless you. So, then you haven't had, but you what you're telling me, though, is you haven't had any success with removing liens and levies yet.
No, not yet. Like I said, Gene did share with me that he had gotten his lien lifted. What we have decided now that we believe is critical because of what is happening is to expose Agenda 21 as much as possible. The reason being, Carroll County, Maryland, has 5 county commissioners, and at the election this last year, one county commissioner ran his entire campaign on the Agenda 21 sustainable development issue. He was elected. And
wow.
The third month,
people are interested.
Yeah. The third month in office, the 5 commissioners abolished their sustainable development
agency. They terminated the manager, and they're in the process right now of dismantling their comprehensive plan.
Oh, wow. Well, that's woohoo. Break out the champagne. That's making headway.
Yeah, and then there's a county or a city in California, too. Starts with an A, and I can't remember.
Not Anaheim.
No.
Agora?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is it Agora?
Agora is like out near Ventura. Or south. It's north of me. It's north of LA.
I can't remember if that is who in fact it is, but I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint presentation here and I'll tell you, because when I get done giving these PowerPoint presentations, I've never been in a crowd where I've done any teaching and had absolutely no smiles on the faces that I'm teaching. I'll tell you, it's disheartening. It is a shock.
Oh, somebody's saying, how about Alameda?
No, it's not Alameda, and I may can't
There's
remember.
Alhambra too.
Well, Alhambra, is that a city?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on in here, and I'll be able to tell you. Here we go. Edmond, Oklahoma. Amador County, California.
Amador?
Amador County, California. Carroll County, Maryland. Montgomery County, Pennsylvania are the three counties that have booted ICLEI out, and then the one city of Edmond, Oklahoma.
How do you spell Amador?
Amador.
Okay. I never heard of that county in my life.
Well, if you go to freedomadvocates.org, you'll find that on there. You'll find a ton of information on there.
freedomadvocates.org.
Yep.
All right. Got it. Wow. So do you still offer that book you compiled with all the information?
No, we haven't put any books together, but for $10, if you want to email me and send me $10, you can have a DVD of it and print it out yourself.
Okay. You want to give out your email, or do you want me to just, people email me and they'll be directly directed to write to you. I mean,
yeah.
So if you don't mind, you want to give your email?
Yes, it's HairPiggy, HairPiggie at gmail.com, and just put in the subject line that Angie's class. Or you can send a check made out to me, Loma Wharton, WHARTON, for $10 at 1224 Northeast Walnut, Post Mailbox 366, Roseburg, Oregon, BURG on the Berg, 97470.
Okay.
That pretty much about pays for sending it to you. And of course, if you'd like to make a donation, you can make it to the Constitutional Sheriff's Association.
I tell you what, Loma, send me an email with all the particulars with that, and I'll go ahead and post it on the website where, under the guest speakers pages, so that they could just click on your name and then all that information will come up.
Yep.
That way.
I'm going to read the letters that the two sheriffs wrote on the Constitutional Sheriff's website. They're up there on that, too.
Okay.
Can't remember exactly where, but I'll... Okay.
Have you had any of those? I mean, you said you've had, there's already been a couple of those sheriff shindigs.
Yes.
You get a good turnout for those, or what?
Yeah, the first one we put on, last year, in 2009, we had 600 people.
Wow.
Here in Roseburg.
Wow, that's fabulous.
Our sheriff did not attend, but or maybe that was 2008, somewhere around there. And Sheriff Gilbertson from Josephine County did attend, and Sheriff Palmer from Grant County wrote our foreword in our flyer for him. And then we turned around a year later with Sheriff Gilbertson as the host, had an event at Merlin, close to him. There were 300 people, but more importantly, we had private classes. We had one law enforcement officer show. Our sheriff and his undersheriff showed. Sheriff Dodson from Lincoln County. Sheriff Gilbertson. And then Sheriff Bishop could not attend. He did reserve seating, but he could not attend because he had bodies washed up on the shore the day before.
Oh my God.
And I got to sit in on it, and I will tell you this, our sheriffs are ready to take a stand as long as they know they have not only the other sheriffs backing them or most of the sheriffs backing them, but most importantly that they have their people standing with them. And that's what we've made very clear to our sheriff here, John Hanlon, is that we do stand with him. So, but if you go to the Constitutional Sheriff's website, and it's www.const, as in Tom, P as in Paul, OA.org, under News, you'll be able to click on the May 5th letter.
Why don't you say that again, only a little slower?
Okay.
CONST.
COA, Constitutional Peace Officers is
okay.
C is in Charles, O is in On, N is in Nick, S is in Sam, T is in Tom, P is in Paul, O is in Open, A is in Allen.org.
Got it. I'll
And
type it into the chat.
You can read the two letters. One letter is to Roy Bergstrom, District Ranger, Josephine County. That's Sheriff Gilbertson. And the March 31st letter to the U.S. Forest Service. That's Sheriff Palmer's letter. And I think you will be pleasantly surprised at what these sheriffs have told the Forest Service. Sheriff Gilbertson understands exactly what's going on. He spent 4 years in Kosovo. And so he knows exactly what's going on, and he doesn't like it. But two sheriffs have joined. Sheriff Dodson, that was here for the MAC event in Merlin with Sheriff Gilbertson. I was amazed at how well that sheriff knew and understood the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. Then candidate Sheriff Zanny, that was the other one I forgot, who is now sheriff, is of the same mind. And the document that we presented so far to Sheriff Palmer and Sheriff Gilbertson contains, as I said, the Eisenhower report, the GSA report, and the affidavit from Mr. Shieldneck. And so just from those two documents, it's given them more courage to stand up as well. And like I said, once we're done with our research, we're either going to find that the property that's been ceded, or we're going to be able to prove that they haven't ceded any, that they kept the land as a bribery tool to allow the state of Oregon to come into the Union, which is unconstitutional.
Boy.
Had no authority to do that.
Someone in the chat is asking, Moxie's asking Angela a question, what about Multnomah County Sheriffs?
Who is your sheriff up there? Ask her who. I don't know.
Who is it, Moxie? Do you know what the sheriff's name is there? Well, I guess they don't know when they haven't typed it in.
Multnomah County. Let's see if I can hit it right. There's Douglas, Marion County, Multnomah County. Let's see. I can go right here. Oh, no, stop it. Go back.
What kind of percentage of sheriffs across the nation are in agreement with what Sheriff Mack is saying and doing and everybody's doing?
Well, I can't speak. That would be a question for Sheriff Mack. But
Well, what's your gut feeling?
What's my gut feeling?
Yeah.
I think most of the sheriffs, like I said, will come on board. Where you're going to find dissension is going to be on the East Coast and in your metropolitan areas. Sheriff Daniel Staten is the sheriff for Multnomah County, and I'll know better when they come back from the Sheriff's Association this week because they're there today. I think their meeting is tomorrow. Sheriff Gilbertson was going to put forth his discussions with the sheriffs there to try to bring them all on board to stop what's going on. I don't know if he's going to be successful with all of them, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere, right?
You're right. We have, like I said, Sheriff Palmer from Grant County. We have Sheriff Steen from Walla.
Is there a list? Do you have like a list of sheriffs that are constitutional? Someone's asking.
Right now, all I can speak to are the Oregon sheriffs. I know J.D. Wilmuth, who ran in Lovington County, New Mexico. I don't think he was successful. We had a lot of candidates, but right now I can only tell you about Sheriff Lope from Siskiyou County, California. Sheriff, I can't remember his name, from Del Norte County in California, contacted the website. I put him in touch. I sent him notice back about Sheriff Gilbertson and Lope. I do not know if he's been in touch with them. But we have Zanny in Coos Bay. We have Dodson in Lincoln County. And those are the four officers, sheriffs here in the state of Oregon.
That'd be a good thing, though, to see a website with all the different counties across the United States and who's on board and who isn't.
And that's what we're trying to do with the sheriffs, the Constitutional Sheriffs Association. We put the website up. The gentleman that takes care of Mac's website himself is doing kind of gratis-like for the Constitutional Sheriffs Association. Kelly, can't remember his last name, but he's webmaster at the bottom of the page. We're on the news is where we've got the sheriffs listed right now. What I would like to see go up on the website now, but the sheriffs here have said that they would rather. We have 14 questions. Mac gave us, or originally we had 10 questions to ask the sheriffs on a scale of 1 to 10 by asking of those questions whether or not they were a constitutional sheriff on a sliding scale of 1 to 10. But they would like to have those questions. They want to go over those questions. Let me see here. Sheriff's questions for publication. I'll give you a few of those. Gilbertson and Lope and Sheriff Palmer have said that they would rather the board members for the Sheriff's Association go over these and see what they would want and if they would approve of them. And after all, this is going to be their association. So the questions are meant to educate sheriffs with the necessary information, education, and public support to carry out their duties in accordance with their office. So the first question we ask is, I understand that my most important duty as a sheriff is to uphold my oath to protect and defend the constitutionally protected rights of the people I am elected to serve. Number 1 is strongly agree. Number 5 is strongly disagree. Second is, I understand that my most important duty as sheriff is to uphold my oath to protect and defend the constitutionally protected rights of the people. Oh, sorry, I read that over. I shall protect the people of my county from any governmental or bureaucratic laws or policies that interfere with the people's constitutionally protected right. Number 13 is I will not tolerate the presence of any foreign enforcement agents, example, Interpol, United Nations of any kind, within my county.
All right. That includes IRS agents.
There's even one in here for IRS agents. Number 14 is how many persons are in your jail facing charges where there is no injured party or loss of property, i.e. crime committed. How many will you allow in the future?
Wow.
Yeah, let's see.
How is that going over?
Well, I sent it back to Sheriff Palmer, and I asked him, I says, is it time now to put the questions up on the website? And he says, well, didn't I fill out those questions? So I sent it back to him, and he sends it back to me. He says, do you really want me to fill these out? I says, absolutely, I want you to fill them out. And he said, he would like to see them gone over by the board members. And we, like I said, we have had Sheriff Mack just moved to Texas, to Fredericksburg, Texas. There's a big group there called the Patriots of Gillespie County, which I think has been instrumental in helping get some of the funding. I can't remember, and I don't know if I can find her website really quick to keep you guys from having to sit here too long. But let's see if they're here. Anyway, you should be able to do a search for the Patriots of Gillespie County.
Patriots of Gillespie County.
I'll find it, and I'll include that in there, too. And
okay.
Angie Smith is the lady that runs that website. Another one of the questions is, I shall not use taxation by citation or violation, which is extortion under color of law on the people of my county. I shall not allow nor enforce the use of photo radar tickets within my county. I shall stop any effort by any government or private agency to regulate free speech or the right to peaceably assemble, including the use of permits to limit these constitutionally protected rights. I shall oppose any effort by any government or private agency to set up checkpoints, roadblocks, to randomly check the papers, which is registration or licenses of the people of my county. And I believe a strong and active posse is critical to the success of the Sheriff's Office and to the safety and protection of the rights of the people.
These are all things they're supposed to do anyway. I mean, it's unfortunate that they have to be taught this all over again.
Right. Most importantly, though, it's to educate them on the Constitution. It just slays me to. I had the opportunity at one of the Americans for Prosperity's meetings where Doug Robertson was speaking here a couple of months ago, and he's the oldest county commissioner on the commission. He's been there 30 years. He is responsible for the failing of the timber industry and it being tied up by the environmentalists. He is solely responsible. That night, he spoke about his meeting with Secretary of Interior, I believe, Salazar, and all the roadblocks they were putting up. They owe this county billions of dollars of money that we gave them to set aside for us for future use. Okay, there was a fund set up to sue them to get that money back. The commissioners have appropriated that money elsewhere. There's no money to sue to get that money that the federal government owes us. And so I stood up and I asked him when he was done, and I says, do you know what sustainable development is? He says, no, Loma, I don't. I says, Doug, it's all the roadblocks you just got through telling us Salazar was throwing in your way. So 3 people asked him to watch my PowerPoint presentation so that they would know and understand what sustainable development is. Okay, well, yeah, I'll get with Loma. So I knew what he was going to do. I met with him after the meeting, and he asked for documentation. So I gave him what's called a white paper, which anybody can get on freedomadvocates.org. You can download it. It's a basically 14-page brief description of what Sustainable Development Agenda 21 is. And I gave him a couple weeks. I went to a commissioner's meeting. It's on the website if you guys want to look at, but I'd have to go back and find out what it was. And I told him what I was doing. I thanked him for being there. I made it public that he agreed that he would watch the PowerPoint presentation, but that he wanted document evidence or whatever, and I was here to give them that, and I would come back in a couple of weeks, which I did. And when I went back, I asked him at citizens' comment. I reminded him that I'd given him the documents, and I asked him if they'd read them. There was no answer. I asked them if they were ready to watch the PowerPoint presentation, either publicly or in private. There was no answer. So, and I haven't had time to go back. Pretty much they do exactly what they want to do, but the work that we're doing right now with kind of twofold, got so many irons going, but with my Social Security lien and the documentation I'm working with Gene on to basically end up suing the two agents I've dealt with over the last 10 years and documenting and getting this evidence ready for the sheriffs. There isn't a whole lot of time to do anything. It's like I told Gene the other day that I said, what we're doing right here is crucial. It's actually everything that we're doing that's going to come down to one boiling point that's going to give us the documentation we need for the sheriffs. It's Gene's research for his highway and traffic issue right along with the IRS that's going to just fold right over into the evidence that we're getting ready for the sheriffs. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I'll say. And you have your regular meetings once a week, right?
No, every third Monday.
Every third Monday, once a month.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it posted on our meetings page.
Yeah, you did. We haven't changed. We're still there. We started in 2004 and became crackpots at that point. And years ago at the Tea Party, we stopped being crackpots.
Oh, I see. So, you've been a busy lady. What's Ray been up to? Is she still in it too? Or I know your brother Dennis is involved heavy duty, right? The Three Musketeers.
Yes, Dennis does a lot of constitutional teachings. He's been giving classes as well. Actually, he's been our guinea pig. He's been thrown in jail several times. Had his cars, his automobiles confiscated. And I'm very proud of him because the first time he was guilty of racing, but because he knew a little bit more than the highway patrolman that stopped him and started questioning him, the guy arrested him because he passed the field sobriety test. He says, I believe you were trying to pass this. You did it on purpose. Well, of course I didn't
well,
do it on purpose. So he said, well, I believe you're on something else. And at this time he was going to college, so he was during final exams, and he'd had one drink that night. So he arrested him, cost us $300 to get his car out of Hawk. 6 months later, they dropped the case because they made him do a UA, and he was clean. No, well, he wasn't clean yet, but he was way below what...
He was okay under the legal limit.
It was very, very below the legal limit, and he swore then if he ever got stopped again, he wasn't going to play their game. So he refused to blow, and he refused to show ID.
Oh,
and so,
good for him.
Yeah, this has been going on for 4 or 5 years now. Time limit's up for the city of Roseburg, but what they've done to him this last time, the Winston cops and state police officer set him up, and he has sued the state police officer, and I don't know if we've raised enough money to do the other two. A police officer, the towing company, And the supervisor in the jail that night, because the law states up here that once you're reasonably identified, they must let you go. At 9:30, the state police officer showed both tickets to Dennis through the window with his full name, and Dennis never told him his middle name. And what pissed the officer off is Dennis told him he didn't know when he was born. Well, none of us know when we were born because we don't have the cognitive ability to even recognize our mother. Lineup of one. And he was being honest with him. Well, it ticked the guy off, so he ended up arresting him. Anyway, the state police officer told him to keep him overnight. And that information came from Sheriff John Hanlon himself. So now the attorney for the state police officer has brought fraud upon the court by lying to the court, saying that he was in contact with Dennis to resolve the issue, and Dennis wouldn't talk to him. He's never called my brother. He's never left a message. And this is an assistant attorney general.
Are you surprised?
Oh, hell no. So,
that's what I mean. Yeah, I would expect.
So,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said this is going to be really interesting when this all gets done, because he's ready to do a 15-minute phone interview with the court and this guy, and he's never talked to Dennis. He filed his paper Monday, which is a motion. I don't remember what it was exactly, but he made it very clear in there that this guy has lied. He never was in contact with Dennis. The only contact he had with Dennis was a letter telling him that he was the state officer's attorney and that all correspondence had to go through him now. So, and we've had a hard time getting documentation from his, not summonses, but the Y where he works. He wanted the addresses of the two officers because Dennis works the front desk, and on this one particular night, the two officers from Winston and the state police officer were there. All of them have to come through the front door. They all know who Dennis is. So they were all talking. 2 weeks later, the state police officer follows Dennis home from work, pulls up next to him just before the driver's window so that the ride-along could see if it was a man or a woman, and he pulls him over. He wanted to make sure it was Dennis driving. And then he arrested him and confiscated his vehicle. So
never ends, right?
Nope. It never ends, but you can't give up either.
No, of course not. I'll give your brother my best. I know he's right there with you, fighting. We're all trying to get justice. We're all trying to get peace and quiet and, get our country back. And we all have our jobs to do, it seems like. We're all, cut out to do something. So it's good that you haven't lost the old spirit. You're still at it. I'm glad to hear it.
Angela?
Yeah?
I might, if I could say something. This is Al.
Hi.
One of the things with the Constitution, the 11th Amendment eliminated all judicial courts. 1946, they came up with the Administrative Procedures Act. Mm-hmm. So therefore, if you're going to go against any public official, you've got to go to the state capitol, to the administrative court, and use all the rules, laws, and regulations that they're supposed to follow against them in that court. If you take them to any other court, you're going to lose. And all courts are coming against us from a state point of view or a federal point of view. They are probating the estate. Okay? Mm-hmm. So otherwise, we're in a losing situation unless we know those basic rules. And one of the persons that's pointing out some of these rules is Rod Class. If you're familiar with his material and what he's been doing in the court system regarding administrative procedures, then your brother that's getting these tickets could put an end to it if he knows how to operate in the administrative court at the capital level.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
You need to get yourself very familiar with that, because under the laws, rules, and regulations that's been set since 1933, the President of the United States runs this country. Congress has not been in session since 1863, okay? Not as a complete congressional body. The House is there, the Senate is there, but they never reformed as a congressional body. So your laws from 1789 to 1861-63 are known as Congressional Acts, Statutes at Large. From about 1863 to 1933, they're known as Statutes at Large. From 1933 to present time, they're known as Public Law or Public Policy. Now, from 1863 to present time, all laws enacted are only applicable to those people in government service, all those employees and professionals. Now, we as individuals need to know those laws so that we can come against those people because they're not performing their function.
Right. That's basically what the whole issue with the IRS is.
Yes. So therefore, the court that you need to take them to is an administrative court in the capital cities, okay, of all the states, or in the federal capital city. Now, if you want a good example of that and someone to talk to, would be to talk to Rod Class. He's very strong in what he's doing, and he's
having success.
And he's having success. In fact, right now he's got them down to where they said, "Oh well, we can't make a decision right now. We can't talk to you for 90 days." He's got 60 more days on his case that he's got against him. It's extremely strong. You need to take a look at it. And that's Rod Class. And I think Angela may have his phone number or some other areas you can get into to listen to those. Because what you're doing is excellent. But
I have a link.
But you've missed a few points, okay? And they're major, because you need to know the Administrative Procedures Act of 1946. Because in 1939, we signed the Pan Am Treaty.
Yep.
When we signed the Pan Am Treaty, all the laws, city, county, state, and federal, became international laws. So we have no laws in city, county, state, or federal, even though they're stated as the county of whatever law such and such. They're not there because they put them all under international law. Then in 1945, they came up with the UN. In 1946, they took all the positions, from your local street sweeper all the way to the President of the United States, which includes all the judges and politicians in between, put all those positions under the UN. Present day, if you go look at some military uniforms, United States American military uniforms, they've converted all, especially the Navy, they converted the old Navy blue jacket uniform into a shirt and pants, which is the same uniforms the rest of the world wears in the world. Now they were also requiring us to put on a UN patch on the uniform, showing that we are under the UN. Later on, everybody will be dressed in UN uniforms, just a matter of time. They could not do this in 1946 because the people they had standing there looking at them were people that came through World War II, and all hell would have broke loose. Since then, they have stopped teaching reading in school. In 1940 to 1946, they stopped teaching reading in schools. They no longer teach any American history, nor do they teach any constitutional law, as you well put forth in your presentation. So therefore, the people in America do not know what's going on, and 80% of them don't care until they start losing everything. So,
right.
But do take a look at Rod Class's material. Take a look at his case. He's got a tax case in, him and Dave Busey. He's also got a case in against all the governors and the President of the United States as their position as governor and president, as well as commanders-in-chiefs, for them not performing their duties as required. And right now, he's got a judge that, he's also got a driving case in for driving there's only two reasons to have a driver's license under Title 49. You can have a commercial motor vehicle license, or you can have a CDL license. There is no license requirements for the average American driving from home to work or to work back to home to have a license.
Right.
Okay? So he's covering that. His case is in North Carolina right now, and it's going to affect all 50 states.
Do you have a website for him, or?
Angela can give you the websites. I can't call them off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay.
For which one?
The websites for Rod Class's material.
Oh, yeah. I've got a link to it, Loma. I'll send it to you. Or it's on the website.
Ray Servers is one.
Yeah, that one is on the website on the left. And then if you go to the TalkShoe page, it shows he's got a TalkShoe twice a week.
TalkShoe Tuesday night and Friday night. And his TalkShoe PIN number is 48361.
Hey, see that, Angela, would you? And your website again? I don't remember if I have it.
I'll send you links to it. It's myprivateaudio.com.
And it's excellent with what you're doing with the education that you're giving. Okay? It's super. But you need to know these things, those 3 or 4 things, to know why you're not getting any respect from the court system. The court system is because when you walk into court as a result of the Sestaquate Via Trust that was created in 1666, we walk into court and we're dead people unless we pronounce that we're alive and well. And so even though we're talking to them and they may respond to what we're talking about, they don't have to hear us because we're walking as dead people, because we're all in a trust relationship and we're talking about our estate. So you walk into court, the judge has presumed you're dead, and he's acting as the executor of the estate, which is your name and your birth certificate. The lawyer is standing there coming against you, the prosecutor, he's standing there as the beneficiary, and you're automatically the trustee until you step up and say, I'm alive and well, and I'm the executor of the estate and the beneficiary, and under the Powers of Appointment Act of 1951, I hereby appoint you, Judge, as trustee, and you, Mr. Prosecutor, as co-trustee. When you fellows finish this case to my benefit or dismiss the case, please let me know.
Okay. You know what? There's some people that have... Thank you so much for that, Al.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
There's some people with their hand up that would like to ask you a question. You want to take some questions, Loma?
Sure.
Okay, anyone else that has a question, press *8, and that'll put your hand up. And we have North and West Colorado. Is that you, Nancy?
Hi.
Hi.
Got on a little late, but I do have a question, and that's about the FOIAs. I really liked your idea of certifying them. I'm not sure have they done that for you?
No. What they have told me is that in order for them to give those to me, they would have to fabricate them, and that I am to go to specific pages within the IRM and read what it tells me to do there, that I'm asking them about my liability to pay an income tax and that they will no longer talk to me.
Oh, because, like I've asked for the BMS, and I don't have one, although the master file shows that I'm self-employed, small business. Anyway.
Yeah.
But you can't get them to testify that BMS doesn't exist?
No, they're telling me that they would have to create personalized and specific statements about my tax liability, and that they're not.
What does that do with whether you have a BMF or not?
Yeah. So they've just said that they will no longer correspond with me, so they're going to force me to sue them, which is what I plan to do.
So how could one get those 15 FOIA things?
You would have to contact Jean, or if you can email me, either one. Angela, do you have Jean's
His
email.
email address? Yeah, it's Ed Pringle J.
Yeah.
at yahoo.com.
Yeah, 'cause I've emailed him and he didn't respond.
Well, he's
probably got a whole bunch at one time, so.
And he will respond. He told me today that he's gotten over 50 so far. He hasn't had time to respond to all of them, but give him some time, and he will.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is, and I don't know whether this is part of your thing, but you might give me insight, is I have a debt collector letter, but it has to do with the state I live in, and they got the information from, the IRS. But it's simply a summary of account, and I keep saying I want a verified assessment, and they say I don't get it from either place. And Dave Mack says, debt collectors can't prove the debt. And I don't know.
I'm not the person to ask. That would be a question to ask Gene.
Okay. Well, then I have a comment for him, because when I asked him because I have some levies and liens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he says a notice is simply a notice, and I've heard many other people say that. However, I also have heard Dr. Dale Livingston say that he was in a court case where the judge exposed, and he has a recording of this, that there is a secret lien.
There is.
And I've heard Gene Keating talk about a secret lien. So how can a notice just be a notice if there actually is a lien somewhere?
Well, if there's a lien somewhere, what I have done is I have gone to all 3 district courts here, and it's very clear in their own internal revenue codes that they have to take you to court first. And I have got notices back or documents back from all 3 courts that there's nothing in those courts against me. No filings of any kind.
Now, does this have to do with judicial or non-judicial states at all?
Roseburg is, now I'm not sure if...
I'm in a non-judicial state, and I have checked the courts, but I didn't know whether maybe they didn't have to have the warrant of distraint.
IRS doesn't have to have they don't have to,
I know they don't have
follow
to.
their own laws.
Right.
There's supposed to be warrants of distraint. Where does your county clerk, an elected official with an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, get the authority to accept an electronically produced lien document with no signature under the penalty of perjury from an agent? Where does she get the authority to do that?
Well, actually, the ones I've seen that I've pulled out and had certified do have signatures. Whether that agent has the grade or the authority to do it.
Well, I can't speak to yours, but they're not. They're all electronic. They're all sent electronically.
And you're saying that therefore it isn't a signature.
Well, not if somebody says you owe a debt, they have to sign signature under penalty of perjury.
Okay, but you just were talking about the also the recorder's office.
Yes.
They have to have a wet ink signature?
That's what they used to. They stopped that. I have a client in the shop. They stopped doing that about 20 years ago.
Because I think there is an electronic something act that certainly...
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
That's when Congress did that, and the states and the counties are just going right along with it.
Right. Also, now I did hear somebody say that the liens were filed in Washington, D.C.
I've never been able to find one.
Well, me neither, and I don't know where she got her information, but that's what she claims. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Nancy. Okay. Let's see. We have someone from Oregon. Go ahead, Oregon. Did you have a question for Loma?
Yeah. Hi, Angie.
Hi.
This Gene. Gene Pringle. Hi, Loma.
Glad you could come on.
Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation here for quite a while. It's quite interesting.
Am I in trouble?
No, not hardly. I would like to make a comment here, and maybe this will help people to understand some of the things that have to be done in order for you to eliminate this IRS problem. And because we have been so brainwashed and coerced and everything for the last, what you call probably 80 years or more, let's say since 1913 and before, actually. But we've made all kinds of forms and stipulations on government application stuff that we are U.S. citizens. And to top that off, most of us have applied for and received, or somebody applied for and received, a Social Security number, account number for us. That account number indicates that you are federal personnel according to Title V United States Code. So the government treats you as federal personnel. Now, if you read Part A of 26 U.S.C. 6331, you will find that the lien or levy that they do, they don't have to make any filings or anything, just send a notice of lien because you are federal personnel. They take money that you are being paid, which is federal wages. Regardless of who your employer are, you're being treated as a federal employee being paid payments of wages and income.
Yes.
That's why employers put these returns into the government on W-2s. It has taken me the better part of 15 years to figure this stuff out and go through and research stuff. But I can tell you, for as much stuff that's the truth out here, there's 10 times that much is absolutely bullcrap. So if somebody starts telling you what all this stuff is going to be doing, and they're not talking about the law and they're enforcing regulation, 9 times out of 10 you find they're blowing smoke somewhere down the road. You're going to be in a box. And I caution people that when you start doing this, you have to follow the law. This is the key to unraveling this whole thing, is to follow the law. Even the Supreme Court tells you that. And another thing that we need to understand is that if you don't read the statute and you don't read the regulation, you don't study the stuff, how can you sit and talk about something you don't know anything about? So it requires some study. But once you set it up and you start finding out, when the IRS tells you, well, we have to create documents in order to provide you that information, isn't that an admission and confession that they don't have the document that you're requesting?
Yes.
If they don't have the document, can they use it against you?
Nope.
Absolutely not. But you can certainly use it against them because they're doing something to you without having the proper documentation. That's a violation of the code and regulations. 26 U.S.C. 7433 says that anyone who recklessly and intentionally violates the code or regulations is liable to the party injured up to $1 million. Now, is a withholding agent that works for your company that's taking the money out of your paycheck, aren't they working for the IRS? Do you know that anyone who enters into an agreement with the government is charged with the duty to know what he's doing? Okay? So this withholding agent working for the government, taking money from your check, is charged with knowing what he's doing, including all the statutes and regulations, and they must assume the risk that the government agent or the government is not giving them the correct information. They are the ones who are liable. You see, we've been suing the wrong people.
Yep.
You sue the IRS, they're immune. But what we're doing now is we're getting ready to go and sue the withholding agent. We're going after the company. Let the company go after the IRS. But we're also going to nail the IRS agent. Because when you have the forms and the FOIA requests back and they don't have these documents that you're looking for that they're required to have, like 4340s and 5734s and other documents that they have to have in order to show proof that they have a levy against you or that they filed an SFR. And if you look in the regulations, you'll find out that they have no authority to file an SFR under 26 Part 1. they have to go into BATF regulation for that in 27 CFR. So that is reckless and intentional violation of the code and regulations. There and CFR 21 CFR or 1 CFR 2121 tells you that the IRS cannot enforce Title 26 with Title 27 regulations. That's prime. So this is a way to unravel this and get a result. And certainly when we go into court, we're going to know what we're doing when we go in there, and we're not going to walk in there and try and say we're somebody we're not. I file all my documents in the court as pro se sui juris. That's in my own right. And I meet. And the only way I can be me is when I speak. If somebody says that, I've had a judge accuse me of having a Social Security number. And I asked him if he had one. And he admitted he did. And I said, well, do you have it with you by chance? He says, sure. I said, would you mind taking it out and look at the back of it? They said, okay. So he took his wallet out, took his Social Security card out, and looked at the back. Dropped down about the fourth line. I said, well, read what it says about the fourth line down. He said, this card is property of the Social Security Administration and must be surrendered upon demand. I said, now I ask you, sir, how can that possibly be your card? And that was the end of it. You see, so it's a matter of us knowing who we are and knowing what our rights are and understanding what the obligation is on them. And that's how we're going to get a remedy here. Doing all this A for V and 1099 OID and stuff gets a whole lot of people in trouble, and they get under the gun. Now the IRS got a whole bunch of liens against them, and they don't know a way out. You have to set the stage. This whole thing here that we're involved in, this is a great play, folks. And you have to set the stage. You got to get all the actors in the right place. When you get all the actors in the right place, then you can fire the shot. But until you get yourself in the right place on that stage, you're not going to be able to fire that shot. And if you do, you're going to get shot from all directions. We've got to fire a shot and win, not fire a shot and cause a revolution and lose.
Right.
Okay? So it's a little bit more involved in that. I've got two gentlemen who work for a trucking company, and we've been firing documents at their trucking company at their withholding agent. And I'm preparing the constructive notice now because they haven't stepped up to the plate and stopped withholding. So, and we sent them the information that they need in order to stop. We've also noticed the IRS. We put them on notice. IRS is still saying they need 45 days to answer this document, so they haven't come up with an answer yet. So they haven't answered. They've still got a little bit of time. But generally what they do is they'll go past the 45 days. They won't say anything. They'll you just won't respond. And this is good because when we get ready to sue the company here, this is their constructive notice going out now. We're also I'm drafting up a document to go to GAO, the Government Accounting Office. We send a document to the Government Accounting Office with a record of the withholding that's been taken out of these people's paychecks. And we demand all that money back from GAO. This is a form of return that we demand, that we make a demand for a return of our money. And then in the code, it tells you that if you don't make a demand, you have not exhausted your administrative remedies.
Yep.
Until you do that, until you exhaust your administrative remedy, you cannot sue. Once you make the demand on the GAO will call the IRS and say, did you recall receiving this 38-page document I got here on my desk from this gentleman over here down in Oregon? I got a demand to refund from him today with that document attached to it. It's on my desk. And I got to make a decision here. What am I going to do?
Wait a minute. You send that to the GAO for a refund?
That's right.
General Accounting Office.
We make demand on the GAO. That's the Government Accounting Office. That's who's got the money. The IRS don't have any money. They're just an agent.
Yep.
Okay. So we make the demand on the GAO for a refund of all that money that they've taken from you over the years. I mean, back to square one. There's all been done
I want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, don't go hopping into the fire and doing it yourself without knowledge of what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Because what you do is you create a pitfall. And I can tell you, if you don't set the stage right, you're going to get hammered because they're not going to want to turn loose of any money. But we're setting the stage here, getting the information, get your dossier done. When we file suit against the withholding agent at the company level, and we file suit against the IRS agent who signed these fraudulent documents, we sue them for reckless and intentional violation of the Internal Revenue Code and regulations, and for theft and conversion of our private property. So once this thing hits, and you go to state court, we're not going into federal court. We're going right into our local state court here. Our circuit courts here in Oregon, county circuit courts, are courts of law. They're not simply administrative. They are also judicial. So when you start looking into the court system in Oregon, you'll find out that we have judicial districts in Oregon, and the circuit court judges are circuit court judges of the Supreme Court. And they have judicial capacity. But if you don't invoke it, you get an administrative court. And whenever you're dealing with statutes, you're dealing with administrative law. Wake up and smell the roses, folks.
Okay,
These are statutes, but are we liable for it? See, that's the key. All this statutory stuff is all administrative. That's why we don't have courts of law. We used to have courts of law and equity. Now we have civil matter. That's one form of action. It's called a civil action. I don't care what you get into court and start in clamoring about you're going to do or what you are. You're involved in a civil action unless it's a criminal action. So get a grip. So if you're going to be in that civil action, you're filing a civil lawsuit against an individual, a private individual who has done you a private wrong, and a government individual who has done you a public wrong because he's failed to do his duty.
So you're suing them in both capacities.
Absolutely. You sue the private person in his private capacity. He works for a private company. And you sue the government individual, the government worker, not in his official capacity, but in his private capacity because he has no duty to violate the law. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So we're suing him in his private capacity, his individual capacity, because he recklessly and intentionally violated a known duty. He has a duty to know the law. The case that recites that is Federal Crop Insurance versus Merrill, 332 U.S. 390, or 380, I'm sorry. So that's the case that tells you that when you're dealing with the government, you're dealing with statutes and this administrative law. Whoever's doing that is under a duty to know the law that they're enforcing. If they mistake it, they have to respond in damages.
Oh, yeah, I remember that case.
Okay.
They have to know the scope of their authority or something.
That's right. And that goes way, way, way back. Goes clear back before the Civil War.
We have some more questions. You want to take some questions? You want to stay on with Loma?
Sure, I'll stay on with Loma if you guys want.
Sure.
I need all the help I can get.
The more the better. We all need help. It's a wonderful thing when we can all share information.
Well, and I think we're nearing a remedy with the IRS. We know we've been hammering in the right direction. We've been slowly picking away at it. But now we're seeing that they really want to run from what we're doing. And that's got to be a clue.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, after the 45 days, you wouldn't default them somehow or write them a letter and say, thank you, your time is up? That you're in agreement now with, or you have acquiesced? Or...
I sent one FOIA request to the IRS, and they stopped taking money out of my Social Security.
What kind of FOIA was that?
I sent them a FOIA for all of the notice of liens and 5734s and 4340s that were filed in reference to me.
5734s and 4340s. Yeah, well, you mentioned that when you were on with us.
When I was on before, I mentioned that. Okay, and all of a sudden, now I get my full Social Security check. So I don't know whether it's just the reputation that I have built up over the period of years that I've dealt with the IRS and other folks, or just my willingness to go to court and do battle. I don't know. Maybe it was that FOIA request. I have no idea what caused it, okay? I'm sure we'll find out down the road. But the documentation that we're putting in here now, the thing is that once you put documents into the government or to a private enterprise and they don't respond, and when they have a duty to respond, that's prima facie evidence that they're attempting to defraud you. Okay? Mm-hmm. So there's another act that I heard about today, and I've got it written down here on my paper somewhere, and I've got to do some research on it. It's called the RESPA Act.
Oh, yeah.
And this is an act that requires an agent within 20 days, I believe it was, 20 days, to respond to an inquiry. When they don't respond, it's prima facie evidence of admission to the things that were in the inquiry.
Right.
This makes a whole new light on the IRS failing to respond to these documents.
Sure does.
So, I mean, there's things out there that we haven't even researched yet and don't even know about, and certainly the government's not going to willingly tell you, well, go over here and look here. They don't tell you this is, you can have what's behind door number 1 or number 2 or number 3, and I'll tell you what's behind each door, and then you choose. They don't give you that. They're going to let you go up there and open the door. You don't know where it's an 800-pound gorilla, a rattlesnake, or a beautiful woman behind that door. With a government, 9 times out of 10 is a gorilla or a rattlesnake.
Yeah, it's a big elephant.
But once we ask them the question, then they have a duty to respond, and that's the key to it.
Okay, let's move on to Southeast Michigan. Did you have a question? Southeast
Good evening.
Michigan.
Good evening, Angela. As always, your program is excellent. You're giving out serious data. And the bottom line is these liens are a problem, but if you look carefully...
Constitution, is that you? Oh, honey. I'm so glad to hear you. I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, the doc let me go. He let me go. He let me free. But I got to use good judgment. I got to use good judgment. He says, if I get too excited and the blood pressure gets too close to the red line, I get the magic shot. So, anyway.
I'm glad you could come on.
Well, I'm working. I'm trying. But these liens are so fraudulent, it's absolutely incredible. When you get down to the Records and Deeds office, and can I see the document, please? Could you show me the document? It says Notice of Lien. Notice of Lien. And very clearly, anybody with half a brain realizes, well, where does it say lien? I want the one that says lien, you see, because I don't have that one. Where's the one that says lien? See, this is a notice of lien, and yes, it is required on a notice of lien that they give you notice prior to actually seizing property. It's required that you give somebody a chance to figure it out and try and fix it, okay? But if you look on the form, it says Notice of Lien, and on the bottom left-hand corner, there'll be a little handwritten for. And then somebody else will sign their name for somebody else. So this person is acting like a TPSE trustee, okay? And what they're doing is they're signing that their name like they're the other party, and then you go over and it's supposed to state on there that they're a GS11 collection branch manager, and it doesn't say any of that. It doesn't say their title. If anything, it says agent. Well, an agent is a GS9. They have no authority to even sign this lien, got me? So the reality is, on its face, this document is fraud. And then I asked the clerk, well, this person here looks like they're signing for that person there. Do we have a power of attorney attached here to and made part of the record? Well, no. Excuse me? How could this be a valid document to be filed in your court? This is a fraud on its face. There's no power of attorney for this person to sign for that person. How, therefore, do they sign and tell you that this is an actual lien? And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, it says Form 668, capital W, parens, capital W, parens, small c. Or it'll say 668, capital Y, in parentheses, small c. Well, that's a notice of intent to lien. A real lien form, the document should say 668, parens, small b, and then it'll say on the top of that form, lien. You see, that's the difference. I want to see the lien. Do you have one of these documents here? And then I pull one out, because I have an original copy of the one that has the paragraph A on it that says the secretary can, within 10 days, come and take your property. If you're an officer of a corporation, or an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia. Well, I'm none of those. So if he only has authority over those, I'm not included, am I? So he doesn't have any jurisdiction over me, and I'm the guy that caused them to take that A off the document. Now, you ever notice the document starting with B? It doesn't start with B, it starts with A. What happened to the A? Well, it's not on there anymore. What are you talking about it's not on there anymore? That's their delegation of authority to come and even do anything to you. You have to be a corporation, officer of a corporation, an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia. I was sending them back affidavits swearing, I'm not a corporation, I'm not an officer of a corporation, I do not reside in the District of Columbia. Therefore, you have no jurisdiction over me or mine, okay? So they had to pull those documents out. Now this Form 668B is a collector's item. You can't get it anymore. They don't hand it out anymore. They don't want you to have that kind of evidence, you see. But what they're doing is they're just sending out these notices of lien, and then they're interposing them at the county seat level as if they were the real lien. But that's not the case. This is absolute fraud. Absolute 100% fraud. Every one of these notice of liens is an absolute fraud. Then you come to find out, when you look down further, it goes on to say that it says right here, U.S. versus Odell. Write this case down. U.S. versus Odell, 180 F2D Fed Second 304. A levy requires that property to be brought into legal custody through seizure, actual seizure, or constructive levy, being an absolute appropriation in law of the property levied on, and mere notice is insufficient. Gee, that means their notice of lien don't mean jack, huh?
Right.
The method this is all fraud. The method for accomplishing a levy on a bank account is issuing warrants of distraint. In other words, they got to issue the actual levy. The making the bank a party and the serving of the notice of levy copy of warrants of distraint and notice of lien is insufficient. You go on to a case like, it's called United States versus Aetna Life and Casualty, and it says, I can find no statute which says that the mere notice of lien shall constitute the levy under Section 3672 of Title 26 United States Code. So it goes on to further state, hey, this is all fraud. An action to enforce liability, it goes on to say, for an insurance company refusing surrender of collector's property of the taxpayer's delinquent taxes was an action to enforce a penalty and service of process by mail and publication. Okay, so it's a notice. Was not authorized under this section of Judicial Code. They have to have the actual document, the actual lien, and they're not doing that. So I just bring it up to the little clerk's attention. Hey, this is a fraud. Now, am I to understand that you have a bond and that you're supposed to make sure no fraudulent documents get filed in this court of record? And it gets real quiet in the room. You could drop a pin and hear the echo. Well, let me just share with you. Look at this document. We don't have any power of attorney attached to this. They got people signing for other people. They don't even have their stated case. You know, like a judge, when he signs it, and he signs the document, it says, it is so ordered, Judge so-and-so, right? Well, when the IRS does that, they're supposed to say, it is so ordered, Collection Branch Manager GS11 or above, see? They don't do that. So who signed for the authority to do this? Well, I don't know. This other person signed for this other person. Well, do they have a power of attorney? Well, no. And as soon as you bring this stuff up to the clerk and you start realizing, now this whole document is a fraud, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Being as I am a reasonable man, how about we just pull all these documents and encumbrances off of my property file, and we'll just forget about the whole thing, and I'll agree to hold you harmless.
Does that work?
Then she'll say, it's done. Because if they say it's not done, I'm going to attack your bond right now, and you're going to be out of a job, and you won't get another job because nobody else will bond you. Once the bonding company finds out that you have been defrocked of your bond, they're not going to take a chance of getting the bond blown. But if you're going to sit there and tell me you swore that you would uphold the law and that you would do this, proper and not participate in any unclean hands situation pursuant to Franklin versus Franklin 283 Southwest 2nd, because you're making the court a party to your fraud, we have a problem with your bond, and I'm going to have to, make a claim against it if you're not willing to fix this error immediately. And almost always the clerk will say, you have a very good point here, sir, and we will remove all the documents at this time. And I said, thank you very much. You have a nice day. And we leave. Now, that's how it's done, if you want to know. But the bottom line, it's like the previous gentleman, Gene, said. You have to educate yourself. You have to read this stuff. You have to pay attention to detail. You have to get, your ducks in a row. And when you go down, you got to know what you're talking about. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, they skin you. That's right.
Do you gentlemen know each other?
Only by reputation. I don't personally know Gene.
Okay, Eugene.
But I know he's telling you good stuff. He's telling you good stuff.
I'm introducing you guys.
Okay, well, we're introduced, and I appreciate there's other people out here that are shaking the bushes like me. And Wilma, too.
Wilma's Constitution man.
Wilma's definitely motivated.
Yeah, one thing that I like to mention here is that, and this is good, just to get the lien removed.
Yes.
But what I'm really after here, and the group that I'm working with right now, what we're after is we want reparations for what they've done to us.
Well, guess what?
It's not like revenge or anything like that, but we want compensation for the problems.
It's you owe me. It's you owe me. It's Title 26, United States Code, Section 7214. Clearly they knew or should have known what they were doing was wrong.
That's right.
And they were making excessive demands for monies they weren't properly due.
Right. Demanding
and
more
the reality
money
is they're liable. They're liable to the party, and because fraud was involved, you can go 3 times real and personal damages and include the 3X damages for punitive damages for fraud.
Right.
That's U.S. versus Tweel, 550 U.S. 297-300. Fraud is the most sacred contract, so you just slam them with the fraud. And I have a package of fraud arguments that I serve on that I haven't had one lawyer even answer. Even one attempt to answer.
Can I get you to take my email address and send me some of the stuff that you're using there?
Okay. I'll be happy to do that.
I'll be happy to share anything I've got with you, too.
Okay.
More people get on the bandwagon, the merrier.
I can send it to you.
Angela has
you need to kill the snakes.
Well, we need to do something serious because it's getting out of line. And you're absolutely right about that Federal Corps Insurance Corp versus Merrill. It very clever says whoever in the form in which the government functions, anyone entering into an arrangement with the government, takes the absolute risk of having accurately ascertained that he who purports to act for the government stays within the bounds of his authority. And this is so even though, as here, the agent himself may have been unaware of the limitations upon his authority, he's still liable. Got it?
Right.
That goes on to United States versus Stewart, too, and U.S. versus Utah Power and Light Company. Utah Power and Light Company, which is recorded at 243 U.S. 389. All these, anyone who enters into an arrangement with the government takes the risk of having accurately ascertained that he who purports to act for the government stays within the bounds of his authority. And see, these people, not only do they not know their bounds, they just do what they want anyway.
Yeah, because they think nobody's going to call them on the carpet for it.
Then you go down to Flood versus Kuhn, 407 U.S. 258. It very clearly says, if stare decisis be one aspect of law, as it is, to disregard it in identical situations is mere caprice. That the courts are to adhere to binding judicial precedents, it is mandatory by law and judicial precedent. When the court has formulated a principle of law for a given situation, it will apply the same principle when the same situation arises again. Researchers have thus found and expected to turn to the prior cases when formulating legal arguments. Therefore, access to prior case law is crucial in any serious legal situation.
That's right.
And it just goes on and on. I mean, we just pound them. Then we go to Hafer versus Malo, 502 U.S. 21, which clearly says that an individual officer, this is the opinion of the court, after Petitioner Hafer, a newly elected Auditor General of the state of Pennsylvania, discharged respondents from their jobs in her office, they sued her for inter alia monetary damages under 42 U.S. Code Section 1983. And the district court dismissed it first because they said that they were acting in the authority of their official office. Well, then the people came back and said under Will versus Michigan State Police, because they tried to do the same thing. That's the ones that set up the original check lanes, by the way. Will versus Michigan Department of State Police, 491 U.S. 58 at 71, in which the court held that state officials acting in their official capacities are outside the class of persons subject to liability under Section 1983 of Title 42. The court herein is reversing this ruling, and the Court of Appeals found that respondents sought damages from Hafer in her personal capacity.
Right.
Held that because she acted under color of state law, respondents could maintain a Title 42, 1983 individual capacity suit against her. So when these people tell you they're immune, they lie.
That's right. They're not immune.
They're not immune. State officers may be held personally liable for damages under 42 U.S. Code 1983 based upon actions taken in their official capacities. And that is the real U.S. Supreme Court making the real ruling. And that's why you don't see too many of these check lanes around anymore. Every time I get pulled over in one of these, I always ask, is this one of these illegal check lanes that the Supreme Court ruled unconstitutional in the case of Sill versus the Michigan State Police? And we had just put a big seminar on in New York to help all of those cops that got busted, 25,000 of them for income tax evasion. And Eddie Kane and I flew out to New York and put the seminar on. And the cops pulled us over. All of a sudden, all these cops jumped out of their cars. These orange barrels come up. The guy pokes his head in the window, takes a deep breath, to see if we had any alcoholic what have you on our breath. And I said, excuse me. And he goes, what? I says, is this one of these illegal check lanes that was ruled by the Supreme Court as totally unconstitutional and Sill versus Michigan State Police? You wouldn't be doing nothing the Supreme Court has ruled totally unconstitutional now, would you? And the cop goes, where are you guys coming from? And I said, a law seminar. He goes, a law seminar? At such and such hotel? And I said, bingo, go to the head of your class. He says, by any chance you wouldn't be Carl? I said, bingo, go to the head of your class. And what you guys are doing is 100% unlawful. Are you understanding that you're breaking the law? Doesn't that go against your oath of office and that badge you got on your chest? All of a sudden he jumped up, we're out of here now. And all these girls got thrown back in the trunk of their car, and all these cops disappeared. That's the guy that told us cops, keep the IRS off our heads, for God's sake, don't give in. So it was quite hilarious. But this is the kind of thing that goes on all the time, and when they pull you over and find out exactly who you are, and then you hear the sergeant on the radio come back, for God's sake, don't give that guy no ticket. He goes, he ain't got no plates on the car, Sarge. He ain't got no driver's license. I don't give a shit what he ain't got. You just let that guy go. Well, if we don't get no papers in the mail,
Yeah. This is Carl Miller, right?
Constitution man.
Have you ever heard loose lips sink ships?
Yeah, well.
I like it to be a real shock when they find out who the real one is.
Yeah, there's several.
And they ask, all right, you mean the real one? I don't know, how many are there?
Yeah.
It might be the real one, it might not. You don't know. And then they'll say, are you an attorney, sir? I says, you don't know, do you? Probably should just assume the worst. It'd be better off for you. So this is the kind of thing we need to do, and we need to hammer them on these licenses, because every one of these licenses is totally 100% illegal. The bottom line is every citizen in this country has a right to travel the length, width, and breadth of this country. It's a matter of your right to travel under the First Amendment. It comes out in Shapiro versus Thompson, 394 U.S. 618, which basically says it's self-evident in a free society the right to travel the length, width, and breadth is a basic concomitant of what constitutes a free society. Therefore, you have a clearly established right. Now, the state of whoever you are interposed themselves and created a situation. They have taken your right to travel. They have converted it into a privilege. And then they require a license and fee for the exercise of the right. Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105 very clearly says no state may convert your constitutional rights into a privilege and then and there require you to seek a license and pay a fee for the exercise of the right. And if they do, Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham, Alabama, 373 U.S. 262 says you may ignore the license and the fee and engage in the right with impunity. And I tell a judge, and that's what I did, Judge. I ignored the license and the fee. And then he says, see, Your Honor, I said, it's my turn to talk. You'll get a chance in a minute. Just sit. I'll take care of it. I'll make sure you get your chance, okay? I says, now, Your Honor, may it please the court, this here prosecutor has the burden of proving that I could willfully and knowingly avoid a known duty or task under the law with a moral certainty. That's U.S. versus Bishop 412 U.S. 346. I have listened to the counsel of 9 justices of the United States Supreme Court, and they have told me that what the state of Michigan or whatever any other state is doing is 100% unlawful, that they have taken my constitutional rights, converted them into privileges, they then and there require me to go get a license and pay a fee. Now, license is permission to do what normally would be unlawful without the permission. Got it? So where do they get permission to tell me that my constitutional rights are a privilege? They got no permission. The rights come from God. The state doesn't even enter into it. Does that make sense? Now, the reality is, since they did that, and since I have a perfect defense of the element of willfulness, and willfulness defines need motive intent to avoid a known duty or task under law with moral certainty, and since the prosecutor couldn't prove on the best day he ever lived that I did anything willful, I would respectfully motion to quash, strike, dismiss plaintiff's complaint for fraud, inadvertence, excusable neglect. The judgment is void as a matter of law, and the reality is he doesn't have a cause of action for which relief can be granted. That'd be Michigan Court Rule 2.116(c)(8). And I kindly click my costs and fees here and defend this patently fraudulent and spurious complaint. Well, the judge rolls back in his chair. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, would we venture a response? And all these lawyers just busted out laughing. The whole court just busted out laughing, and the judge goes, all right, I'll clear this courtroom if there's another outburst, you know. And so one lawyer yells out, it's your turn to talk, Mr. Prosecutor. Probably should get on your feet, you know. And everybody laughs again. I said, all right, I'll clear this courtroom. I don't want one more. You shut up or I'll clear this courtroom. Okay. So the prosecutor gets up and he says, well, in consideration of the facts entered before the court here, Your Honor, we would have no other recourse but to enter a motion to withdraw our complaint and dismiss it, and I will be more than happy to file a nolo prosequi, Judge. Good answer. And then he goes, well, looks like we're going to have to let you go, young man. He says, so this guy gets up right behind me, and he says, I'm not quite sure what that gentleman, everything he said, but I'd just like to rubber stamp and ditto it on my case, Judge. And the guy goes, okay, how many people here didn't have no driver's license? Raise your hand. And so they all raise your hand. He says, oh, you're all free to go. That was the last time they let me go first. From now on, they hold me to the very last. They don't let me go first anymore because I cleared that courtroom that day just on that defense from the start. Now, there's a lot of things that you can do, but it's like Gene says, you got to know. You got to know. You got to read. You got to study. You can't just assume. And what I really wanted to share with you guys tonight especially is this new ruling from the state of Michigan, landmark Michigan court decision on April the 21st, where they determined, a 3-judge panel determined that MERS is not a real party, period. They cannot foreclose in the state of Michigan anymore. It is 100% unlawful. They are considered to be a fiction of law, a straw man, and they have no rights to foreclose. In cases, I've been helping this one attorney especially, and he calls me up the other day and says, man, your stuff is the best stuff I ever seen. I just won 3 cases. And I said, oh, that's good. I says, just this morning? He says, yeah, and they settled over the phone. They didn't even want to go to court. So pay attention here. This Michigan landmark court decision is proving that these bankers are doing 100% fraud, that they're using this MERS, that's the Mortgage Electronic Registration System, and what they're doing is they use that to keep from having to pay the local county and city registrars their recording fees and what have you. It also hides who has to pay the property taxes on this property until they can liquidate it and get it dumped into somebody else's hands at closing, okay? So the banks are literally scamming millions of dollars from these local counties and cities and states recording programs. And, of course, there's a lot of qui tam lawsuits going on right now to get that money back. And the reality is they created that. These are these really brilliant bankers. They created this MERS to be a nonprofit 501c3 corporation, which if you look in the very beginning of the rules setting up such corporation, they can't own nothing. Got it? Has everybody got that?
They can't, if they don't own anything,
nothing.
They can't.
So how do they transfer it? How do they transfer it from bank A to B to C to D to E to F to G? In other words, as soon as they did that assignment to MERS, technically they separated the note from the mortgage. And when you do that, that makes the note non-collaterally attachable. The property is no longer held as a lienable asset that can be collaterally attacked. It's like an unsecured debt. They screwed up big time. Now, this is going to mean that 62 million people probably are going to get out of all of this stuff because MERS, they were going to save a penny here and make them a nonprofit organization, got me. They were going to make them a simple, tax-free, easy means where they just push a button and they can transfer all of these properties and bundle them up and send them all over the world. In other words, instead of sneaking through immigration with big piles of cash in their pockets, you know what I'm saying, and they get on a plane to go overseas, they just take their little handy-dandy computer and punch a button, and all of them assets get to go overseas, transferring entire huge quantities of money or property assets overseas, you see. Now, they're going after all of this money going overseas because they want to stop this drug trade. Well, surprise, surprise, guess what's happening? This money is being funneled exactly to do exactly that, which is to get across the boundaries of federal lines to be able to play in the drug trade. And then they effectively launder the money. So this is really big, folks, out here. This foreclosure stuff is so big you cannot believe. And so when we give you this data, we want you to pay attention. I'm sending a bunch of it to Angela. Why don't you guys out there in TV land think of slipping her a donation and asking her for the foreclosure stuff? And then you can go in there and walk into court and say, excuse me, Your Honor, may it please the court, but in the state of Michigan, I believe a 3-judge panel ruled that MERS doesn't exist. They're a straw man. They're nothing but a fiction. They don't exist in law. And therefore, they don't have a right to foreclose on nothing. Got it, Judge? And all judgments against me and my family are void ab initio. That's what the Michigan Supreme Court of Appeals ruled also. All of them are void. The district
You're kind of muffled.
Well, they're blocking me. That's what it is. They're blocking. They don't want this information out.
Better. You got to talk right into the phone.
I'm right next to it. I couldn't get closer if I was butt naked. Okay?
You're good now.
The reality is this is a very big case, folks. Very, very big. We're trying to get the word out. I got lawyers running through their office, jumping through the air, going, yes, 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 and ripping their clothes off. And the secretary, she calls me back. What the hell did you tell him? I told him about the MERS decision, the April 21st MERS decision. He says, he's running through the office. He's yelling and screaming. He's ripping his clothes off. I says, you put Cass on. I need to talk to him. That boy needs to get lighten up here. Lighten up. You know. But this is what's happening, and it's going like wildfire, and I've been going days with no sleep doing this stuff. And, I mean, I'm literally sitting up in the car on the way to court in the morning sleeping in rush hour traffic with all the horns in Detroit City. So, you know, trying to get this data everywhere as fast as we can, because all you people out there that are being jammed, now this is going to allow a lot of you people that are being jammed to stay in your house an extra 1.5 to 2 years because they have to redo everything over now because they use this MERS. So if there's any MERS documentation of your property being involved guess what? You need to get to an attorney right away. We need to get you this case, and your attorney needs to read this case from cover to cover about 10 times so that he understands. If they have already entered a judgment against you for foreclosure or a sheriff's sale or any of this stuff, it's all void ab initio from its inception. Now, guess what? We can run from state to state to state to state. Why? Article 4, Clause 1 says full faith and credit from state to state to the laws and the rulings. Got me? Now, a lot of these states try and pull this crap. Well, that isn't a California case. That's a Michigan case. That doesn't apply here in California. Well, that's bull. A three-judge panel made the ruling that MERS is a non-existing party, a straw man, a fiction of law. That should be good for every state in the union.
Plus, I think we did have a case decided that way here in California also.
Well, I'm sure.
I have to look on. I think I have it posted on my foreclosure page.
To me because I'd like to look at it. Okay.
Okay. All right, we've got some people lined up to ask questions.
Get some questions. Go ahead, ask some questions. I'm ready.
Okay. James 1234. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Speak up right into the phone piece there. I barely hear you.
Okay. I want to ask Constitution Man or either the gentleman that spoke earlier, does the Power of Appointment Act, is that applicable to criminal cases as well? That's my first question. My second question, if I find out during the course of an appeal that someone fraudulently signed my name 2 times and entered a document after the courthouse had closed to frame me up, what are the implications and how should I pursue going forward with trying to combat this situation?
Well, fraud voids the most sacred contract. That's U.S. versus Tweel, 550 U.S. 297-300. So if you found some fraud, now understand, fraud is not fraud until it's discovered. And when is it discovered? When you actually figure out that it's been done. Then what are you required to do? You're required to move as most immediately as is practicable to an officer in authority and report that fraud. Got me? So it's technically not totally fraud until you make complaint on the fraud. And some person in authority, a judge or some person that's responsible to be able to affect the sheriff. And that's another thing I wanted to share with your gal and the sheriff. You need to buy a book for every sheriff in your local area. It's called Anderson on Sheriffs. It tells a sheriff everything he needs to know to be the best sheriff he knows how to be. Anderson on Sheriffs. Anderson on Sheriffs. Make sure you buy it. It's about an $80 book. And we donate it to all our sheriffs here, and all our sheriffs here know exactly what the deal is. They know who the boss is. They know everything. The bottom line is the sheriff has got more power than the president in the county that he resides in. He is the chief executive officer, and if the sheriff knows his authority and can enforce what he knows, and that's where he's going to get it out of that book, Anderson on Sheriffs. And nobody's going to come in and tell him how to run his county, period.
Our sheriff in Douglas County has it. We gave it to him.
Okay, Anderson on Sheriffs, very important. We used to hand it out. We would take money out of our meeting money on Wednesday nights, every third Wednesday, and we would automatically donate a certain amount of that money to buy books, Anderson on Sheriffs. We're the people that donated it to Sheriff Mack. Okay, so that ought to tell you. That was a damn good investment, huh? He turned out pretty good, huh? Anyway, I hope that answers your question. If you find fraud, fraud breaks the most sacred contract. You have to make a complaint, though. You have to file a complaint. Yes, you have to swear and file a formal complaint and an affidavit of complaint.
Okay. And
then the court has a duty. The court has a duty to investigate.
Okay. And could that abate the entire case just as fraud is solidly found?
It could, yes, it could, very easily, especially if the fraud was deliberately done with malice. I mean, to where they did it deliberately to deliberately injure you. Fraud is to induce a party to their injury by a species of silence, wherein they cause you to part with something of great value by either a misrepresentation, a lie, a failure to speak the whole truth. I gave Angela a packet. It's called What is Fraud? Just ask her to get the packet for What is Fraud and make a nice donation to her program. I think she puts out real good stuff, huh?
Hey, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you
so we need to keep her on the air. Got it?
Yes, there's a donation coming her way.
Okay, and we need more people to understand that this is not, we can't just keep doing this on our cuff, you know. Somebody has to help. We need help. So everybody.
Okay, James, is that it for you, James? Thank you so much, Constitution Man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, not to worry, not to worry. Thank you so much. You got to admit, you don't get this kind of information down at the drugstore now, do you?
No, no, not at all. Not on TV or on the mainstream radio either.
Yeah.
Okay, we have more questions. Is that it for you, James?
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much, Angela.
Real nice talking with you. Real nice talking with you. And she'll get me the website, and I'll get you mine to you.
Okay.
All right. God love you and keep you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go to Southeast Arizona. Go ahead.
Well, greetings. Greetings. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to make a point, perhaps, for Gene, if you're still on the line, a little bit of a research point, perhaps. I heard recently that an information company called LexisNexis should be looked into when it comes to the posting of the notice of liens by the IRS. Apparently, they are the ones posting a pretty good majority of the notice of liens. And you might want to consider them as a party or do some information requests to LexisNexis and to find out what kind of involvement they have. And I wasn't sure if you knew that or not.
Well, you can ask them. You can ask them. You can have a right to send them a discovery letter and request what is your participation in this. And it's just like the getaway car in an armed robbery of the drugstore. It doesn't matter if you don't go in. It doesn't matter if you're not the one that actually pulls the gun on the teller of that bank. But if you drive the getaway car, guess what? You're in it. In for a penny, in for a pound. So if they are indeed doing this, and they clearly have been posted that what they're doing is totally unlawful, immoral, otherwise, and fraudulent, and they keep doing it, see, then they are clearly third parties and can be sued, and we call that case, the case is called Bivens versus 6 Unknown Agents. And it basically says, I don't even need to know your name. We'll get to know. We'll put right on the damn front of the lawsuit, 100 John and Jane Does, and as soon as we find out your name in discovery, we'll add it to the complaint. But we don't have to add it right away. But in discovery, we're going to find out that you guys at LexisNexis were a third-party co-conspirator in this fraud, mail fraud, extortion, and otherwise scheme to get money unlawfully and or without proper authority, and you're in it. If I find out that you are in it and you did do this and you're a party, I'll name you right on the lawsuit.
So just by them being an information company that is posting these notices of liens, they are a legitimate party to be sued. Okay.
They could be sued. That's a fact check.
Great. And also I just invite anyone else to do some homework and research to see if indeed they are involved, because there are some people pulling up that they are.
And let me tell you another thing about these seizures. There's a case, and this is a really lucky thing that happened to me. I'm walking past the clerk's desk at the federal court, and she says to me, I know you'll find a really good use for this case, you know. And it came from the circuit court, okay, from Genesee County in Michigan. And the case is called Ruff versus Isaac, okay? And Robert Ruff and Georgetta Ruff sued Isaac and or the IRS for a fraudulent seizure of their house on a phony tax sale, okay? The case involves a challenge to the Internal Revenue Service tax sale of real property owned by the plaintiffs, Ruff, okay? Plaintiffs brought suit to quiet title the following sale and transfer the property title from the plaintiff to the defendant, and they took it on an appeal of right, and the trial court ordered granting defendant's motion for summary judgment. They started to give them a summary judgment because they said, no, you can't go against the IRS. They had a presumption of that they were right. Well, they were found wrong because they denied Ruff due process of law and proper notice and or explanations of what was going on here. And so on January 31st, 1995, the IRS seized the real property, okay, and they took it and sold it to Isaac, okay. Defendant submitted a bid on the property at the closed sale and conducted by the IRS and took the 180-day redemption period requirement under 26 U.S. Code Section 6337. And, of course, this all went through the courts and it all came back, and in the end, it came back and the courts looked at it and they saw that, well, you didn't get proper notice of this, so there was a denial of due process. And the the court, they violated the law, and they denied these people due process. On appeal, the plaintiffs essentially argued that the trial court erred in granting defendants summary judgment because they denied them due process. It's Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. Write that one down on the back of your hand. Anytime you go to court, you should remember Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519, because if they don't give you a chance, the test is not whether you're an attorney, long school, in the art and practice law, not whether you write magnificent briefs with legal prose and excellent syntax. The test is whether you got an opportunity to be heard and present your case in chief. And failing that, they denied the due process. And when that happened, the court reviewed the whole situation and the motion for summary judgment, and they had to stop. Title 5 U.S. Code, Section 706 says, hey, you deny my guy due process of law, you got to do everything over again. Do me whole. And so guess what happened? On motion for summary judgment pursuant to that rule, they reversed it and remanded the thing back, and they gave Ruff his house back. IRS had to pay Ruff his damages, and they had to pay Isaac their damages because they fixed the house all up, and they put a lot of money into the house after they bought it from the IRS.
That was
Ruff
Haynes
versus Isaac. Ruff versus Isaac.
But
now,
the other one was Haynes versus what?
Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S.
How do you spell Kerner?
Kerner.
Okay.
Haynes is Hines. Now, that's the famous classic one, because almost every time they come against you as a pro se litigant, they're going to say, we motion for summary judgment, Your Honor. He doesn't have any genuine issues of material fact. Almost every, in your foreclosures, on all your stuff, they almost always pull a summary judgment. Well, that's the case. They'll get you out of hot water every time. Well, I didn't get a chance to present my case in chief, Your Honor. May it please the court. Don't I get a chance to say my side? And see, if they denied you that, they denied you due process. Now they got to start the whole thing over again. We get to try the whole case over again, and now maybe next time we'll get a little bit of consideration. Now it's interesting on this one case I gave you, Ruff versus Isaac. It's got written right across the front of it, not for publication. Gee, I wonder why. And the little clerk slides it across the bench, and she says to me, I know you'll find a good use for this, huh? And I looked at her and I says, oh, God bless your sweet little tail feathers. I'll make sure you get some roses for this one. And so I sent her some roses. But the bottom line is, see, we always assume that everybody down at the court's against us. That's not necessarily so. So you need to keep an open mind and realize that there are some good judges, that there are some good people down there, that there are some clerks that will actually bend over and help us. But you got to understand something. You want respect, you got to give respect. Got it? That means you approach everything on the presumption that everybody's like you, a courteous, clean, reverent, decent fellow, right? So you don't go in there with a chip on your shoulder. A lot of times you can get a whole bunch of good stuff. You just treat everybody with decency and courtesy and hope that they return and respect it. And the reality is, if you don't do that, they assume you're a heathen, you see. And then I don't have to listen to him. He's just a heathen, or she's just a heathen. And then they'll pick you up and bodily remove you from the court. But I taught one of my clients recently, the Friday before, she had been dragged out of court physically and thrown on a stoop. But when she went in Monday, it was all different. And that judge's face was white as a sheet. First of all, he didn't think she had guts enough to come back. Second of all, she had her ducks in a row. Her paperwork was good, and she had her training perfectly. When she was interrupted, she put her finger down. This is a secret I'm giving you now. You put your finger down on your little list of how you were going to do this, your little outline. You stop. You take one step backwards. That's to make sure you don't get up there and give that judge every four-letter word in the sailor's, oh, shucks, manual. Don't call him nothing. And then you very courteously, as sickeningly as you can, say, yes, Your Honor, may it please the court. May I help you for something? And then he'll realize you've been trained well, huh? I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm not going to piss you off. You're not going to swear at me. I'm not going to be able to do it. I see you've been trained very well, that judge said to her. And she got her dignity back, and they treated her with respect, you see. And see, part of the thing that when I want people to get involved in their cases, I want them, one, to know the value of certain, two, I want them to have something in it that comes from their core soul, because when they get there, they get their dignity back. And walking out the court, this one gal says to me, I think I got my dignity back today. And I said, yes, baby, you did. You whooped them real bad, real loud. And of course, none of them lawyers would even look up. I said, you whooped them real bad. They'll never want to go up against you again, for sure. And everybody busted out laughing, But see, that's it. You've got to give people a chance to get their dignity back. They have to do it themselves. And that's important that people realize that. This isn't just about making money selling Constitution. That's not the issue. The issue is getting people, 1, to get educated, 2, to get up to speed and learn what's going on, 3, to get their dignity back. It's important that they get their dignity back. I'm an American. You can't do this to me. I got my rights, and I want them honored, all of them. And I paid my ticket, and I want to ride on all the rides. Let's go for the wild mouse. I haven't been on that one yet. Now, that's the attitude you got to have. When you go in here, if you want to win, it's about heart. Do you have heart? Now, tell me, you want to win this or you want to screw around? If you want to screw around, don't waste my time. I want to go with somebody that's going to have heart, that's going to go in there and just lock horns with them, look them right in the eyes, speak up like you got a pair, it's like Gene said, you got to know who you are. Who are you? Who are you? You got to know who you are. I'm an American. I always love it when they ask me, do you belong to any special group? What group do you belong to? I tell them, I'm with the Americans, Your Honor. Maybe you heard of us. We never quit and we always win. Just ask Johnny Wayne or Jimmy Stewart or one of them, Clark Gable. We always win. And so when I left the court, the prosecutor leans over and he says, see you, Americans. I said, damn right you will. And we're going to be here a long time, so get used to it.
Yeah. Damn it.
So that's the attitude you have to have. Who's doing this, me or you? This is America. I got my rights. What, are you kidding me? This is a joke. You people must be new. Don't send me down to the tool crib asking me to get you a muffler bearing. I'm not buying no apples off that cart. Every guy who's ever worked in a shop knows what that's like. I get on to the tool crib and give me 4 muffler bearings. What? Yeah, and
Stay
you go
close
down
to
there.
the mic, honey.
Everybody starts laughing, see. Everybody starts laughing. You ask the tool crib guy, muffler bearings or pneumatic mesmerizers or any of that stuff, Sky hooks. We sent this one young fellow down there. He wanted to mount an instrument panel upside down and back asswards. And so we told him he was a fellow from the Mideast and he wasn't used to our trickery and what have you. And so we sent him down to the number 4 trim stockroom at Christ, and we told him to ask him for sky hooks. And when he got down there, it was one of the most largest black men he'd ever seen talking about sky hooks. We ain't got no damn sky hooks. You must be new. They're pulling your leg, boy. Go back here and tell them don't be bothering me with no damn sky hooks. And of course, I followed him down. Just to see what was going to happen. And I ran back to the steward. I says, Harry, you better get the hell out of here. He's coming back, and he's pissed. He is very pissed.
Well, don't forget about fetching a bucket of steam, too.
Yes, yeah, bucket of steam. That's another good one. Muffler bearings. There's no muffler bearings. You must be new. And see, this stuff goes, people that don't work in the shops don't realize this stuff goes on all day. I mean, people are playing gags on this one and that one. Get onto the tool crib and tell them you want a pneumatic mesmerizer. We got to adjust this thing. We need a set of pneumatic mesmerizers, And you go down there and you ask this tool crib, you better get the hell out of here, you new guy. I can tell you must be right off the bus, Anyway, it's something to laugh about when you're at work. So this is kind of what they're doing to us in the courts. They're sending us out on the road and telling them they want us to get them some muffler bearings. And see, we're frustrated. We're trying to get this thing done and done right. Well, you should just hire an attorney. You obviously don't have a clue what the hell you're doing, And see, in some cases, you need an attorney where it's serious because it's so technical. There's no way you're going to handle it. And that's why we can't do those cases over the phone because it would take 6 weeks of programming just to get across what's going on. Well, what do all the other people do? They just say, oh, I'm hanging up. I can't get through, So you can't take a problem like that over the phone like this. It just would be so time consuming. It would just eat you up. You couldn't do it. So that's why we tell people just be brief and have simple cases so that we can just give you simple, straight answers. But sometimes these cases are very complex, and so that's why we need information, and that's why you need to get it in to the proper person to get it to us. And you don't need to be giving your name out over the air. You'd be amazed what can happen to your website when you give your name out over the air. You'll have every hit and his brother-in-law hitting on your website. So we got to use good judgment. We can't have you further victimized beyond what you already are, and we aren't going to help the bad guys. So you're just going to have to cooperate, give the proper information to us, and we'll do the best we can to get the help to you. But just remember, there's thousands of you guys, and there's only a few of us. And we put our pants on the same way you do, one leg at a time. We do not have a magic twanger. I cannot do that froggy stuff. So float with us.
Is that good for you, Arizona?
Take your Arizona.
It's more than I'd ever asked for. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got Big Tone 1103. Go ahead, Chris.
Big Tone.
Hi, Angela. Hi, PM. How is everybody? I have hopefully a quick question. I was thinking about using that thing in court that you keep mentioning about. What was I going to say? When you tell them you want to be to write the order, the proposed order. I wanted to know exactly what would I have to do to write for that and write in for my damages.
To write a proposed order?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, you'd put the whole case. You know how they have the cover sheet for the case?
Yes.
The people, people of the state of whoever versus you, that part of the cover sheet, okay? And then you would put alleged defendant's proposed order, and then you would put down there, what do you want in your relief? You'd have to sit down and say, well, first of all, we want them to dismiss the plaintiff's complaint for fraud, that it's a spurious and fraudulent complaint. Okay, so you'd say, I most respectfully request that the court grant an order that plaintiff's complaint be, and the same is hereby dismissed, quashed, stricken, or dismissed with prejudice, failure to state a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. And then you would further say, and further, Your Honor, number 2, I would ask the court to grant an order that you be compensated for all of your real and personal damages, costs, fees, disbursements, to include punitive damages, 3X damages for the fraud involved in the case. And then third, I would say, and Your Honor, I would most respectfully request the court grant an order, a personal protection order and or a peace bond, that these parties need to understand that the court has ordered that they shall not harass you, intimidate you, or in any way cause you any undue grief, and that if they do so, that a peace bond be posted that will be forfeit upon their actually, like say the credit people want to put your name all over, and harass you and blacklist you so you can't do business in society, Well, I'm asking for a protective order that if they do that, in violation, and they injure me, that I can go after the bond, okay? I can go after the peace bond that they set up. Let's say, well, let's set the peace bond $250,000. Now, they're not going to break that. And that's to guarantee that they follow the orders of the court and that they personally understand that you're to be left alone, okay? Then lastly, I would ask that they clear your good name. They expunge the record, that the court grant an order that they clear your good name and expunge whatever garbage they put on your name on their blacklisting, credit reports, or what have you, and that they clear your good name and return it to its original good standing, okay? And lastly, I would ask the court, because you always want to give the court a chance to take a swing at them too, and say that this court grant and order such other and further relief that it may deem just and proper to preserve the cause of justice, okay? And then you put respectfully submitted, and then you sign your prayer for relief. This is called a prayer for relief, okay?
Yes.
And that goes right at the end of your paperwork, your prayer for relief. And a lot of times our people seem to forget, they never tell the judge what they want. What do you want me to do, If you don't tell him what you want to do, you leave it to him to decide what needs to be done.
Okay.
So it's very important. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I very much appreciate that. And
okay.
Thank you very, very much.
God love you and keep you.
Thank you. We're moving on. Central Arkansas. Go ahead.
I've been to Arkansas. Arkansas is beautiful.
It really is.
Quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Go ahead.
It really is beautiful. You're absolutely correct. I love this state. However, I'm being thrown out of my house by the Federal National Mortgage Association. How do I deal with these people?
FEMA. That's not FEMA. That's
Fannie Mae.
That's Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae. I meant to say Fannie Mae. Well, guess what? And you probably have gone to MERS, all right? Would you agree?
No,
have you seen any MERS on your paperwork? It
not
has
at
to
all.
It has to have gone. Now look. Listen to me, folks. They're using MERS as their recording facility. Everything they do goes through MERS. Got it? MERS is a non-profit 501c3. They can't own nothing. Got it? So when they pass the deed or the history, the chain of title through MERS, automatically they're separating the note from the mortgage. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Once you separate the note from the mortgage, the note is no longer collaterally attachable. They cannot attach your property. It now becomes an unsecured debt, okay? And because MERS is a non-existent, fictional party, a straw man, they cannot own anything, so how could they possibly assign it or actually take possession of it in the first place to assign it? They couldn't. So do you see how important this case on April 21st is in the Michigan Court of Appeals that determined that MERS is a non-entity, a fiction of law. They don't exist. They're a straw man. So when they said they passed it from Bank A to B to C to D to E, and it's now down at Deutsche Bank, and now, or it's at Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, and now they want to foreclose on you, there's no way possibly lawfully they could have done that. Because first of all, within 3 days of the assignment, under Title 12, United States Code, Section 226.23, Regulation Z, says, right of rescission, they got 3 days, 72 hours to give you notice of the assignment. Hell, they never give you notice of the assignment. Well, that's an automatic voiding of the contract. So technically they broke bank law, number one. So they voided the contract anyway. You understand? Now, you need to get a serious lawyer, somebody who is very knowledgeable in real estate and mortgage law, banking law. And see, I have cases right now where they're actually dismissing these cases over the phone. They don't even want to go to court.
You're getting muffled out a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, I wonder why. We're being attacked. And I'm not getting paranoid. I know exactly what I'm talking about. See, they don't want this data out. That's part of the problem. So I've sent a bunch of this foreclosure stuff to Angela. You need to get on her foreclosure mailing list. Ask her for the mortgage reversal big landmark Michigan court decision. She can punch that up for you and get you a copy of it. Or
you can just go to my website and click on the foreclosure link. And then the page will come
all
up.
That stuff. There was also the lady, the brilliant lady, and she is a brilliant lady. She's the one that uncovered all this this robo stuff signing, where they paid these kids down in Georgia, and they were paying them $10 an hour to sign that they were Linda Green, the vice president of XYZ Bank, and they were getting $10 an hour, and they had to sign $400 an hour to pass their qualifier, okay? And one guy bragged that he signed 5,000 in a day. Well, do you really think they reviewed the files?
No.
I mean, these kids were signing as fast as they could sign a phony name of some supposed person. Well, they got busted. And the lady who busted them, I gave that to you also, Angela. That's CBS.
I have it.
60 Minutes program on the. That's the video that she explains exactly what they were doing. And I mean, if you're going to attack somebody, attack the lady who's an attorney who gives advice to the FBI and the Obama White House on how to deal with mortgage fraud. Go get that fraud examiner. She's a fraud examiner. And let's see if you can pick on her. Well, they made the mistake of their life. She put the whole thing on 60 Minutes, got me. We run that. If we have to go to trial, we're running that video.
There you
go. For sure. The jury gets to see that video for sure, and she explains in great detail how they phony up these signatures, and they put down people that don't even exist, and sign documents and fraudulently represent that this is a bona fide case, judge, that's coming before the court. Well, now the court has gotten such a snootful, they don't trust the bank anymore. It used to be that the bank had unlimited presumption that if the bank was coming against you, you owed it, and it was clear and you're guilty and just get out of the house. That was the deal. But see, now they've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar so many times, the courts are going, no, wait a minute, we're going to take a look at this. And they come in and they want to do their summary judgment program and get you thrown out of your house. Well, No, Your Honor, I got genuine issues of material fact here. I'm alleging fraud on the contract, and I can prove it. And I want my day in court, may it please the court, and I can prove everything that I say. And we have a genuine controversy here, and Michigan Court Rule 2.116(c)(8) doesn't apply. And the reality is here, they're not entitled to a summary judgment. That's Haynes v. Kernan, 404 U.S. 519. That I have a right to present my case in chief, and I'm asking the court for consideration that I get a chance to tell my side of this. And then you start putting the documents that we sent over to Angela there and go on her foreclosure list. And don't forget to make a donation. Don't forget to make a donation. You don't see a lot of programs like this on the air, do you? Huh? You don't get this down at the drugstore in a pickle barrel, do you? Huh?
Okay.
Now, if we get this documentation to your attorney and he realizes, my God, this is a landmark decision. No kidding. Go to the head of your class. You're right on top of it. Why, I can shut down every foreclosure that comes to me now. I'm going to be rich, huh? You know, I told this one attorney that if he was straight with me, he was just honorable, and that he treated people with decency and respect and just wouldn't cheat nobody, I would make him a rich man. I would keep him busier than a cat on a hot tin roof. And so far, he's told me that he goes days without any sleep, just run, doggy, run. This is the same guy that called me up and told me he won 3 cases the other day, and it was all over the phone. And I says, well, Cass, I says, I'll tell you what's about to happen. Your name shows up on the docket as you're the defender on this case, and all of a sudden, no, we got to settle. That guy will skin us. He'll take us right to the cleaner. No, we got to settle with that guy. And they just call him up on the phone. We want to settle. He says, I've never had this experience in my life. Well, that's because he says the stuff you got is the best stuff he's ever seen. That's what he told me over the phone. He never seen anything that made these robbers sit up and take notice that, we can't go against that guy. And they just drop the case and they let it go, and the guy gets the house free and clear. He gets his quiet title. He gets his name cleared on his credit. That's one of the conditions of the settlement. And we actually make sure that he gets some type of a valuable remuneration. And you need to understand the federal banks have ordered MERS and Lender Processing Services Organization, that's the Goon Squad for MERS, out of Jacksonville, Florida. They're the guys.
What are they called again?
Lender Processing Services, LPS.
Okay.
And they kick the doors and change the locks and throw you out and winterize your houses and do all this stuff and throw your stuff out on the grass without your notice. They're the guys that go out and spy on you to see if there's anybody actually living in the house, because if the house is abandoned, they can come get it right away. You don't get the 6-month redemption period, you see. And they have helicopters in their fleet that will literally hover over your house with them FLIR devices and see if they detect any heat, body heat in the building. Then claim that there's nobody in there. Okay, we take it. They kick the doors, change the locks, throw all your stuff on the street. So now the federal banks have ordered these people to start making a consent judgment and enter into a consent judgment, and they're going to make repairs to the homeowners that they've injured with all of their shaky stuff. Got me? This is another part of that big decision on April the 21st. And those 3 judges, they wrote that appeal very, very clear. And I happen to know that they used part of my briefs on a big case I have before their court, because it was almost word for word right out of my brief, except they couldn't give a pro se litigant credit for doing all this fine work, so they had to put an attorney in there so that it looked like an attorney was the one that actually got this through the court. But I'm sitting there laughing, and I'm reading this thing, and it's like right out of my brief. I'm going, you got to be kidding me. I says, those people, they're using my stuff. And they made the decision. And the bottom line is I know that it was some of my stuff, and I also know that all these people, and I've been busting my keister to the point where my doctor's about to beat me about the ears. Sit. Don't do nothing big. Put your feet up. I don't want to hear nothing. You're getting the magic shot. And I have one more word, and you're getting the magic shot. The magic shot is a special shot where they come out, and all of a sudden you're laying there in the bed, and they check your blood pressure, and it's like, right through the red. I had just taken out the dean of Harvard Law School, Alan Dershowitz, on the phone. And
you're getting a little muffled.
The doc comes in and he says, oh, you should have listened to this radio program I heard on the way to work today. And I says, really? And he says, yeah, this guy, he took on this guy, Dean of Harvard Law, Alan Dershowitz, and wiped the floor with him. You would have been absolutely just cheering, knowing you. And I said, oh, really? And next thing you know, the nurse comes in. She took my blood pressure. The needle went in the red, and that's all she needed. Next thing I know, this needle came out, went in my IV, and I didn't wake up for 3 days. And he goes to me and he says, now that's the magic shot. You get out of bed, you get the magic shot. You give my nurses any shit, you get the magic shot. You get on the phone with them Alan Dershowitzes or whoever on that radio station, all that constitutional stuff, you get the magic shot. Got me? Now I'm trying to save your life, Sonny. You better start paying attention. You're going to kill yourself. You don't slow down. You're going too fast. So I already know. I know what the magic shot is. So I got to mellow out. And I'm going to have to mellow out here soon because I can tell I'm getting wound up.
Is that good for you, Arminius?
Actually, I had a couple things I wanted to say. I've been on the Wild Mouse, and I always loved it.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That one will scare the bejeebers out of you. But if you're an old helicopter crew chief behind a gun, that's nothing. Yeah, when they turn the corner, when they do a 4-corner turn over the trees, and you can just about stick your hand out and grab some of the branches, you know. And there ain't no doors on this helicopter, you see? And you're just looking straight down hundreds of feet. It takes the Wild Mouse to the next level, believe me. I don't think I could have done that. And after the war, it was really funny because after the war, my friend and I, who crewed together, decided to go out to the Selfridge Field for the air show. And the guy says, you can go on a helicopter ride here. So I walked up to the guy and I said, hey, listen, buddy, I wonder if we could ask you a great favor. Could we ride in the gun chairs? You know, we're old cavalry soldiers from the 1st Air Cav, A Troop, 1st of the night. He said, 1st of the night? Oh, hell yeah, I'll tell the pilot right now. So he told the pilot. So this pilot gets the great idea. He's going to really show us cavalry guys how to fly, right? So we get on board, and we're in the gun chairs, you know, sitting in the back, you know. And he put this helicopter through paces like you wouldn't believe. And I said to my partner when we got off, I says, you know something? I says, what's that? We were absolutely out of our frickin' minds. Absolutely 100% nuts. He said, it was a pleasure to have you cavalry boys on my bird. He said, it was a thrill. I said, I'll bet it was. He said, you sure made this helicopter do things the engineers didn't even think about. He put that sucker in hammerhead stalls and all kind of stuff. He'd flip the aircraft over on the side and he'd be falling straight down for thousands of feet, just looking straight down. He was trying to give us the scare ride. He wasn't giving us a scare ride at all. We were in that movie Apocalypse Now when they raided that beach, when that kid surfed that beach. I was there that day. I personally witnessed that myself with the bum-ba-da-ba-dum, bum-bum-ba-da-ba-dum, bum. Flying in there and like a bunch of crazy shits listening to Cecilia, You're Breaking My Heart on the radio while the pilot made the aircraft dance through the air like a beautiful babe strutting down the beach in her teeny, talking about Cecilia, You're Breaking My Heart. And the aircraft commander calls up and he says, Mr. Swanky, I sure hope you don't put that aircraft through some maneuver the engineers never even thought about. He says, because if you crash that bird, you're buying it. And everybody just busted out laughing. I'm hanging out the door on this machine gun, blazing away, listening to Cecilia, You're Breaking My Heart, so we can hear the anti-aircraft guns when they kick in. It comes over the ADF radio, and it goes, which means they got a lock on you. You better do something, sir. We're going to get blown out of the sky. And I'm telling you, every time I hear that on the radio, like we'll be going someplace and they'll come over the radio and Cecilia, You're Breaking My Heart, boom, chugga, boom, chugga, boom, chugga, boom, and just feeling that aircraft bounce through the air like that beautiful babe strutting down the beach. And I'm just absolutely in tears laughing. Yeah, I remember that song. And another one was Bridge Over Troubled Water. As we flew over that water, first thing in the morning came on Bridge Over Troubled Water. And another one was by Simon and Garfunkel. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Dun, dun, dun.
Wow. I remember those songs.
Yeah. Well, I remember them crossing the Cambodian border at first light at 10 after 5. Flying like a crazy shit at 160 knots and hanging out the door with a machine gun in my hands, just daring some sucker to open fire on me. Go ahead, make my day. I'll blow your totally up. Just open fire.
Well, we have a whole bunch of people in line waiting to ask questions. Arminius, is that it for you now?
I'm just not quite done, if I may.
Oh, please. All right.
And Carl, Constitution Man, thank you for your service and your devotion.
Well, it's my privilege. It's my privilege. I think I'm busting my chops here to make double damn sure all them fine soldiers who got their tail feathers shot off didn't get it shot off for nothing.
Right.
It's important. It's important that we understand we field the finest fighting soldiers in the world. Yeah. In the world. Absolutely. The finest soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, the finest Coast Guard, and especially the finest nurses, doctors, and corpsmen. Don't forget our nurses. Our nurses go through a lot of shit, and they get to watch all these guys come through there all shot to pieces, so after a while it gets kind of stressful. So they have their own versions of stress, and we a lot of times forget about the nurses and the doctors and the what have you, and you're sitting there.
Well, I'm one of those.
Okay, well, I want you to know I didn't forget. Many times I was in that hospital while they patched me up talking trash and sitting down there and talking about, what are you doing in my hospital with that sidearm on, Sergeant? I said, well, we got 2 pilots here shot up, ma'am, one through the throat and one in the groin. We got them here in time. Hopefully you're going to save their life. Appreciate it to get right on it. We're having a flash and blue light special today. And she says to me, you better come over here and lay down, soldier. You've been shot. I said, shot? The hell you saying? I've been shot through both legs and shot in the face and blood all over. And she cuts my flight suit off, and you're buying that. That's a $800 flight suit. I ain't gonna pay for that over you. No, we'll get you a new flight suit, not to worry. And don't lose that gun. That's one of my favorite guns. Don't even think about losing my sidearm. That thing has been through me with me 4 times. I've been shot down and left for dead twice, and I walked out of Cambodia with that gun, and I ain't going no place. You better not lose that sucker, got me? So then I wake up, and 3 days later, and this general's putting all these medals on my pillow, talking about what a crazy shit soldier I was. That I flew the aircraft back, all shot to pieces, and still I flew back sitting on the console with the controls backwards, and still managed to land the sucker without crashing it. Anyway. Young, dumb, and full of some, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Young, dumb, wild, and crazy guys. They're wild, and we love those guys. They come from everywhere USA, the finest and the best there is. Absolutely. And their shit laughs, their bullshit laughs, their sit up there with their silly... I love to watch the movie Kelly's Heroes and Heartbreak Ridge and movies like that. It's like in the old, it just brings back all those memories of the camaraderie and the togetherness and try to remember some of the faces that didn't come back, and it's like, you hear them tell simple, stupid jokes that most people find stupid, but it actually was really big when you first heard it because you were just a punk 18-year-old kid.
So, can I focus you on this? I appreciate, your recollections, but I'm facing, being thrown out of my house. I received today 2 documents, a writ of assistance, and also a per curiam from the Arkansas Court of Appeals, which I sued, because this is a non-judicial state. I sued, of course, my suit was thrown out by the court, by the circuit court.
Summary judgment? Summary judgment?
No, there wasn't. No, it wasn't a summary.
You got to actually go up there and tell your side?
No.
Well, then you were summary judgment it because I don't care what they called it. It was a form of summary judgment. If you didn't get a chance to present your case in chief, you were summary judgment. You want to look up that case of Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. You'll see I'm right.
I received a per curiam today, PERCURIAM today, and it was not signed by the Arkansas Court of Appeals, basically denying my appeal, and no signature.
Well, I don't know how they think they can get away with that. There has to be some. Even a clerk would sign something if the judge ordered it. They would be under the authority of the judge, but there should be some signature on it.
None.
That must be. Well, I think there's a lot of papers. There's a lot of papers going across these desks today. I mean, this foreclosure thing is just really big, and it could have slipped past somebody, and they didn't get a chance to sign it. But normally, if the judgment is a valid judgment, it would be signed by a judge, or a panel of judges, or it would be signed by the clerk for the judges. And a lot of times they don't sign it. Actually, they have a stamp with their signature on it, and they just stamp it.
No, none of that.
Well, the important thing, though, is you got it. So what you have to do is deal with it. What do the court rules say? You got how many days to appeal that decision? You need to put it in right away. Yeah, notice and claim of appeal of right and a motion for stay of judgment pending outcome of the appeal of right. And that has to go in right away, right away. And they may want you to post a bond, too. They may want you to post a bond. So be ready to do that.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much, sir. I'll advocate Angela, and thank you for your indulgence.
Well, I'm trying to actually, as best I can, I want them to understand that we put a real high value on all them soldiers that got their tail shot off.
I understand.
They had better understand that we're going to keep this here Constitution of these United States and this constitutional republic. Old Benjamin Franklin says, so what do we got here? He says, we got a constitutional republic if you can keep it. Well, we're keeping it.
That's right. We're keeping it. Thanks, Arminius. I'm sorry I muted you. We're going to move on to Man Jolts. Did you have a question?
Hey, how you doing, Angela? How's everybody?
Fine, thank you. Great.
I'd like to...
Do you have a question?
Yes. I got another answer from the court, and they're asking me to answer the rule before they make it absolute for the plaintiff. Where
sui sponte means right now. It means officially they're taking the decision and they're making it right now. Sui sponte means like, I just dumped a fork on your plate, okay? Did you see the fork, you know? Do you recognize that's a fork? That's your fork.
Okay.
Okay? So sui sponte means they're doing it right now, okay, on their own motion. Okay, so what do they want to do on their own motion?
They want to strike my notary presentment, my affidavit, which acts for repayment for what they took or what they're attempting to take, my home. And this is Minister Angela. And
well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. We need to get this MERS data everywhere. Do you have a good attorney that you know that would possibly sit with you and work with you on this? And then we'll supply the information to you. You can get it right on Angela's website. Just look up that Michigan Court of Appeals reversal. Okay.
I've been acting and doing my own paperwork on this thing because I couldn't afford it.
All right. Okay. Well, unfortunately, when you come before the court, they recognize you as not being an attorney, and they have a policy. It's called the demonstration court, and they're trying to demonstrate to us non-attorneys that you're getting no place fast. Do you understand that? So there's this predisposed prejudice against you right out of the chute that if you're not an attorney, you're not going to get any relief out of this court. So when you have this isn't a traffic case now. I mean, you got to understand the difference. Right. You got a lot going here. This is a house. You could lose your whole estate here. It's just because you don't have the technical wherewithal to present the arguments with clarity to the court. And see, you could, if you have the right assistance to do this and an attorney to go forward and you hand him this stuff and let him run with it, a lot of times he can get the thing resolved in the hallway because that's how powerful this documentation is. Where if you go in there, you could bang your head for 3 years and not get no place fast because they just leave you spinning there in the wind. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And the presumption is, you need to understand this, the presumption is the bank is right. And you should just pay your bills. And if you're not going to pay your bills, you lose the house. That's just it. And a lot of times, the judge will actually start cross-examining you like he's the attorney for the other side. Excuse me, Your Honor. Who's the attorney for the bank here? Well, he is. Okay. And who's the judge here? He said, well, I am. I said, well, Your Honor, if you're going to be the judge, I'd really appreciate it if you'd just be the trier of fact, disinterested trier of fact, just sit there and listen to the case. But if he's the attorney, he should be presenting this case, not you, Judge. Are you now employed by the other side, by the bank, to represent the bank? Because if you are, that's a conflict of interest, and I can't have you sitting on my case as the judge, too, because you're not going to overrule yourself now, are you, Your Honor? Really? So if you're going to let the judge sit up there and do all this cross-examination, and you'll notice the other side barely says their name to get up on the record, and then the judge takes over, and then he's going to do all of the discovery, cross-examination, whatever. Excuse me, Your Honor, we have a conflict of interest here. We got a problem. I need to fix something real quick here. I need to know who is the judge and who is the attorney for the bank. He's the attorney for the bank. Okay, well, if he's going to be the attorney for the bank, I'd appreciate it if you'd let him try his case before your court, and you just sit there as the judge. But if you're going to sit there and be his attorney and the judge at the same time, I got a problem with that. I have to object. And as soon as you do that, the judge is going to know he's probably going to have to recuse himself and get off the case. Or he's going to be more congenial and let the other attorney do the talking rather than him do the talking. And you'll see this happen all the time. These judges just take over, and the judges start asking you questions like, well, you got a house, didn't you? Well, you got to pay for it, you know. Well, what's that got to do with you being a judge, Your Honor? You're not getting a house for nothing, you know. How many times have you ever heard judges do that? They do it all the time. Excuse me, Your Honor, that's not really the issue. The issue is whether or not that guy is the attorney for the bank and whether or not he's going to prosecute his own case or whether you're going to prosecute it before him. That's the issue right before the court right now, Judge. And I'd have to object. If you're going to be the attorney for the other side and the judge, I can't have that. I'd have to object and motion to recuse. And then all of a sudden that judge gets real respectful. Well, I don't think we have to go that far. Mr. Johnson, can you rephrase this and take up where you left off for your client, the bank? And then that attorney will have to start fighting his own damn case. But see, that guy's a smart dude. If that judge is going to talk to him, he ain't going to say nothing. He'll shut right up. Go, judge, go. Go, judge, go. Why? Because he knows the judge is not going to overturn his own ruling. Here the judge worked so hard to make you look like an idiot, right? He's not going to turn around and change his position. He's going to rule in favor of his decision, which he's already made. It looks like before he even crawled out of that office and stepped onto the bench. So right away you have to be sharp. You have to watch this and see you're probably not going to pick up on a lot of this stuff as a new guy, where an attorney would immediately. And he couldn't do that in front of an attorney because an attorney would immediately jump his ass. And this is the problem. This is a very serious case. It's not a bunch of malarkey. It has to be done seriously. So you need to have a serious attorney. And then Angela and then myself will hand off the data to you to give to your attorney. And then your attorney is going to immediately realize, my God, I got a winner here. Go. And then you're going to be sitting in a whole bunch better situation. And you'll probably get a judgment in favor of you in the hallway. Because they know if they get this stuff in the court, they're fried. They are toast. Okay?
Yes.
So that's my best counsel. My best counsel is to get a really good attorney. And if you have to spend $1,000 or $2,000, it's actually in your best interest because you're going to get, what, $100,000, $200,000 house.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right,
thank you. You know, there's a list of lawyers that get it on the Neil Garfield website.
Yep.
He's the one that's training, and doing
if you
seminars.
Look very carefully at what I sent you, that comes from his own website, the Neil Garfield website.
Right.
A lot of
the
information I gave you.
I already had it.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, so I was just making sure you got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If there's an updated version, I'd be glad to take it.
Well, I appreciate that, too. And anytime I'm here battling every day, so I'm real close to the battle. I'm right here on the front lines. And
you
so
really should take a look at my foreclosure page.
I will do that. It's just that I got to get a chance to get some sleep first.
Well, yeah, that's important.
See, that's how fast I'm running. I don't even get a chance to sleep. That's how bad it is. And one of the other talk shows I was on, the guy says, "Doesn't that guy ever sleep, man? Look at all this stuff. He sent this to us at 6 o'clock this morning, and the other stuff he sent to us at 1 o'clock last night." He says, "Doesn't this guy ever sleep?" And the answer is no.
You need to take care of yourself.
Well, I'm doing that. I'm going to do that tonight. And so let's get a few more questions, and then I'm going to do what the doc says. I'm going to put my legs up and no.
Okay. KMA Club. Let's see here. KMA Club, go ahead. Go ahead, Dean.
Hello there. Yeah. See, ma'am, I got a question for you. What kind of cell phone do you have there?
I don't know. I listen to him.
But Angela and I were talking, and one of the things we came up with is that
it's a Sanyo. It's a Sanyo.
Okay. And does it have Bluetooth capability?
It probably has. I mean, this one will fly to the moon. You can hook up all kind of stuff on this thing. I just don't do it. I just basically use it for talking on the phone.
Well,
I'm running a big enough phone bill now. I don't need anything extra.
Well, no. What the Bluetooth is for is a headset. You can talk on it, have the phone down in your pocket or whatever you want to, and you won't have to worry about that fading out thing. And the Bluetooth will last longer than the battery on the phone will. And you just plug it up and charge it up when you're not using it, and then start using it again. But we were thinking that that might be one of the gifts we need to get you for all the work that you're doing for us. And
we definitely appreciate any and all help, because I think, we're literally busting our chops. We're doing the best we can, but maybe you're right. My battery could be going in the dumper here, so I'm going to plug right in. We'll see if that doesn't make it clearer, so that you could be right. The battery could be dying here in just a second.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's your battery. I think it's movement of your hand, getting it farther away from your face when you're talking. I think that's what's doing it. But if you use a Bluetooth or a headset, one, you can use it going down a road, and it's like somebody sitting in the car with you. I'm doing it right now, as a matter of fact. But
okay.
What it does is it frees you.
You're real clear. You're real clear to me.
Yeah, it frees up your hands, frees up so that you're always coming in the same way. So you don't have to worry about that fading out thing. So
okay. All right, I'll take the tip. I'll take the tip. But let me get to your question, because I only got a little bit of time left.
That is my question. I want
okay.
I want to help it so we can hear you better. So that's it. I just wanted to, and
I'll
get in touch with. I'll get in touch with Angela, and if it's okay, I'll send her one for her to send to you.
Well, that'd be very kind of you. I'll definitely use it if it makes things work better, and it's going to be better for the operation. That's what we'll do. The important thing is that we get the information out and about to every single person.
That's it. Okay, I'll let you go. You bet.
All right, God love you.
You're the best. God bless you. Okay, West Michigan. Did you have a question?
Good evening. I wanted to go into a little bit more detail about that Court of Appeals case that you brought up. It was not a 3-judge panel that made that ruling. It was a 2-judge panel. It was 2-1.
Oh, yeah, but it's a 3-judge panel. Do you understand? It's a
3-judge panel. It's a 3-judge panel. Hold on a minute. It was a 3-judge panel.
Yep,
but
one of them the Senate. Yep, one of them the Senate. You're right. But it was a majority decision, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
It was.
Hang on a minute. Let me go into a little more detail with this.
All right, go ahead.
You've got a 3-judge panel, and the decision was 2-1.
2-1. That's
now,
right.
the 2 judges that ruled in our favor are Doug Shapiro and Deborah Cervito.
Yep.
They're both Granholm appointees, so they were appointed by the Democratic governor who just left office.
Yep.
The one dissenter was Curtis Wilder. I think he was appointed by Engler. If he wasn't appointed by Engler, he's definitely a Republican, and he ran and he won the seat. But I think he was appointed by Engler.
And if he was appointed by Engler, he's going to be big banking and insurance company.
Right. Now what we have to do is take a look at the composition of the Supreme Court. We've got Young, the chief judge. We've got Markman, an associate judge. And we've got...
Markman, I think Markman left.
He's still there.
I think he's just retired.
No, he didn't.
Young is still there. Young wants to retire too. Now,
Young just went ahead and got another 8-year term. Let me finish what I'm going to go into, okay?
Well, let's get to where you're going right quick so we can go, because I'm going to have to shut down here.
Well, that's what I'm...
What is your question?
I'm making my point, okay?
Go ahead.
If you stop interrupting, I'd be able to finish it. I'd be off by now. We got Young, the chief judge, who's diehard Republican. We've got Markman, who's also Republican. We've got a new judge on there, Kelly, who ran with Young and is a Republican. And we've got Brian Zera, who is definitely an ultimate Republican. So we've really got a question mark with Kelly. We don't know what she is going to do. We've also got 3 Democrats on the court. You've got Kavanaugh, who's been there forever and a day, good, solid Democrat. We've got another Kelly. This one's Marilyn Jean Kelly. She's solid Democrat. And then we got Hathaway, who was elected to, she basically knocked Cliff Taylor off the bench. So we've got three Republicans, possibly three Democrats, and we've got one more Republican there that can be a swing. Now, what's going to happen here is we're probably going to have this judgment appealed, and when it gets appealed to the Supreme Court, now it's up for grabs. So whoever wants to do something with it right now had better take advantage of it, because they've got, I think it's either 21 or 42 days from April to go ahead and appeal it. I don't know if they have or not, because I haven't been on the Supreme Court website to see if anything new has been filed. But right
I've
now,
got your program. I've got your program. Hello, I've got your program. Now let me tell you something. You forgot about Elizabeth Weaver, and Elizabeth Weaver is the Chief Judge now. She is the smart one. She goes exactly by the book. She goes right by the Constitution, and she is technically on the people's side. You've got Hathaway. Hathaway took Clifford Taylor's
You're kind of muffled.
Cliff Taylor got caught on the bench sleeping. I know. I'm the guy who filmed it. Got it? And I got it to Judge Hathaway, so she took the election by a landfall. So I know a whole bunch about what you're talking about and what's going on. But let me tell you a secret here. You think those Japanese got a whole lot of notice when that big tsunami wave hit Japan? They didn't. All of a sudden that water was 100 feet high, coming at 100 miles an hour, and it slammed into the coastline. These guys are not going to get an extended period of time to play, let's make a deal and appeal to the Supreme Court. This thing is going to get handled very quickly, and every state and union is going to jump on the bandwagon of this case, and these two judges that were involved in this decision, they made sure that their voice was very clearly heard, and they made the determination that MERS is not a real party, period, that they are a fiction, that they don't exist in law. Got me? So the situation is very clear that that is going to be a very difficult opinion to try and overturn. They're going to have to demonstrate some malconstruence on the part of the court. And what are they going to say? Are they going to say that they didn't understand what they were reading? Are they going to say that the proofs were not clearly made? Are they going to say that the banks were denied due process? What are they going to say to get their appeal? They're going to have to show some expressed issue of real fact that some right was denied in the bank, or some rights were withheld, or some unethical thing was done, or something. They're not just going to get an appeal because they want to appeal. And what is going to happen is a lot of those judges are going to say, we don't feel this is socially redeeming right now. We feel that it's better to let this decision stand. So you don't get an automatic chance to go to the Supreme Court. When you file your certiorari's and you do your things, they reserve the right to decide whether they're going to hear the matter if it's socially redeeming. Got me?
Right, exactly.
So they may not even get that far. But in the meantime, all of these banks are going to be hammered on this decision because their cases are going to be thrown out of court based on the fact of that decision by that judge that wanted it done ab initio. Ab initio means from its inception, which means all of the district courts and all of the circuit court hearings that allowed the foreclosure before are all void ab initio, which means they got to go back in the court. They got to redo all these foreclosures. It's going to take them 1.5 years to 2 years just to get online and get it done. That means all this time they're not going to have no money coming in. Got it? They may not be able. They may not be able. They may not be able to make it
with that decision. That's all I'm just saying. It's like, I don't trust this court, the Supreme Court, and I think they'll grab the case and they'll go ahead and try to dump it. That's just my gut feeling because they're Republicans and that's the way things have been in this state. Hopefully I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong on this one.
I don't think they're going to get enough time to do that. I think the smart banks are going to go with this simple attitude. We got to fix this. We got to fix this now. We're bleeding bad, and we got to stop the bleeding. And the only way we can do that is to get in
and let's try and make a deal with these homeowners to get their mortgages redone intelligently this time and not play games with Obama and his $179 billion fund. He tried to get the banks to honorably try and help these people get back in their houses and get their mortgages squared away. He gave $179 billion up front to help these bankers. They took his money. They let these people extend their hope that maybe they could get some assistance and help, and then they deliberately sandbagged them after they ran out their appeals times and says, no, you don't qualify. I don't know one person that got a decent deal yet involved in going to the bank and saying, I want to redo my mortgage under this TARP Act, okay? And the bottom line is these sheriff sales are in direct conflict with the TARP Act anyway, so they were preempted from holding the sheriff sale by foreclosure anyway. And that MCLA 600.3204 very clearly stated that for the record. And they were letting these foreclosure sales stand as law, and they knew damn well that it was not law. And the Michigan Court of Appeals addressed that issue too and told them they were in violation of 600.3204 parens D parens 1 and said that as a consequence of that, they technically didn't have a legal right to do what they were doing any damn way. Got it? So that means they got to go back in. They got to go back in and redo every one of these illegal foreclosures, and this time they got to do it right because they denied the people due process of law. Title 5 U.S. Code Section 706 is very clear. It says when you deny the people their constitutional rights, you deny them due process of law, you got to do the whole thing over, de nouveau. So the reality here is you're only going to have so much time to fix it. Do you understand? You ever see that program used to be on TV called Beat the Clock?
Yeah.
They got two choices. They can beat the clock and fix it and make the people come back online, get back into their mortgage programming, give them a chance to pay their bills, maybe extend the mortgage out another year or two to cover any lost money they've had through this tough time. But they give the people back their homes and their life and their chance to pay their bills and keep their house without jamming them out on the street under a damn overpass in a cardboard box, you understand? And the reality is, who do the banks come to when they get their tail in a vice? They come to the very people that and want the taxpayer to bail their ass out when they were getting foreclosed on. And we go and reach into our pocket and do that. And what do? Foreclose on us twice as fast because they see the clear profit margin now? We just gave them a chance to get up and get their breath so they can come and choke us better? What are you, shitting? This is ridiculous. I don't have any sympathy for them.
That's not what the banks are about, though. That's what you just summarized the bank's position and all this perfectly.
Well, they had better get with the program. They took Obama's $179 billion and they lied to him and they stiffed him and they basically stuck it to him big time and they didn't do what they promised to do. And Obama's now pissed and now he's coming after these bankers. A bunch of them got indicted in New York City about a week and a half ago, and Deutsche Bank got a suit filed against it for $100 million. And these people, and there was a consent judgment entered by the Federal Banking Association against MERS and Lender Processing Services in a consent judgment. They're going to pay back all these homeowners that they've been ripping off and busting into their houses and ripping the doors off and changing the locks and throwing their stuff all out on the street. So this is coming socially to a big change. And these bankers, if they want to stay in business, and that's exactly what it's about, if they want to stay in business, they're going to have to get real honorable real fast, and they're going to have to start fixing it for the little people out here in TV land, and they're going to have to make the accessibility of these little people to their chance to get their mortgage fixed the way it's supposed to be, and that's their only chance for salvation. And if they try and play this game of stonewalling, they're going to be sitting there watching that wall of water hit the beaches 100 feet high and 100 miles long and over 100 miles an hour. They're going to just get flattened, just like they did in the Japanese tsunami over there. They're just going to get flattened because all of a sudden they're going to realize if we got to redo all of these mortgages, we might as well do it so that the people can live in their homes and pay their bills. Because if we don't, it's just going to be, they're sitting on a property for 3+ years. Nobody's going to be living in it. The house will probably get trashed. People will break in and take all the plumbing out and the electrical and what have you and sell it down at the scrapyard. I mean, we're sitting on a property that's going down fast. It's half the value it was 2 years ago, okay? In 3 years more, it's going to be a quarter of that because confidence of the people is real low. And they're making it so hard for money to be available for people who want to go get a loan and want to go do things and want to get back on our feet and want to do this stuff, that they're actually choking their own nut to see if
you know, they're going to live longer.
You're muffling out, honey.
All right, they have to do something. The onus is on them. If they don't do it and fix it intelligently and rationally, so that the people can live and exist, and keep their houses and stay in their homes and keep their families secure, they're going belly up. They aren't going to have a chance to appeal. It takes about a good 8 months to a year to even get to your first serious court date on appeal, especially to the Supreme Court. So they're not going to last that long unless they get real honest real fast and they want to start fixing things to make it better for the people of these United States of America. And if I was Obama, I would call them people to lunch and we'd have us to sit down, I'd shut the door, and I'd give them 3 words of wisdom. You ain't leaving here until we have this fixed. Got it? And if it takes days and days, you're going to sit here and we're going to come up and sharpen our pencils and we're going to make this a done deal. Or you're not leaving here. Got it?
I know somebody that did that in the union negotiation, and they basically set it up in such a way that the negotiators couldn't go to the bathroom till they got everything done. So they got everything done, and it was done quite fast, too.
Well, I'm just trying to say I'm trying to work something out in favor of the little guy out here on the block who is getting absolutely railroaded. And I'm telling all these judges out here, you need to go with the program and go with the people, because we're the ones that are going to save your ass if this thing turns to crap, okay? And you might as well go as a judge that's on the side of the people than a judge that's on the side of the banks. Because if you go on the side of the banks, you're going to be underwater with the banks. So
thanks, Matt.
Right?
Sorry.
I appreciate your input. I know what you're saying, and it's a political argument, and it's in-depth too. And it has to do on a timeline, and it's a game of beat the clock.
Boy, we can barely hear you. It sounds so muffled.
We're being jammed.
Well, now that's better. That's better. You got to talk right into the mouthpiece.
I wiggle the plug.
Okay, good. We have a couple more questions. Can you?
All right, let's do it. Let's do it, because I don't want to start
bleeding
here.
Ed Clinton chatting. Go ahead, Ed.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
I hear you.
I got 2 simple questions. One question is, since you're a Constitution man, which year model Constitution do you rely for what you do?
I rely on the original Constitution.
Okay, so it's
the original one that was filed, the one that 1789, the one the forefathers all signed and declared as the Constitution. Now, if you're going to bring up this argument of whether or not it's the United States or these United States or all this stuff, that's a very extended argument.
No, I'm not arguing that. I don't argue that stuff because I know it's all phony.
It's all a waste of time, right?
Yeah. Okay. And the other question is, have you done, or how much research have you done into the issue of law and equity and understanding the differences?
Well, 42 years of reading law books all about equity, and I argue very, very seriously in equity. I always ask the judge, is this a court of law, is this a court of equity? And he'll always go, there's no equity here. And I go, then how do we hear this civil matter, this civil infraction ticket?
Right. Well, actually, everything they do is in equity. They can't use law.
It's actually an admiralty. If you want to know, it's actually an admiralty.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. Equity and admiralty are the same. All those other things fall under the heading of equity. Admiralty, maritime, and all that stuff it's all merchant's law, the merchant's law. And but
let me ask you a question. Did they ever explain this to you? Did they ever explain to you what they were doing?
No, you don't have to. All you got to do is go do your research.
You've been frauded then, huh? Was there full consideration on the contract? No.
Right. I hear you. I know.
Now, what's required? What's required for a contract? There has to be a genuine offer. There has to be a genuine, real value, certain exchange. There has to be a knowledgeable entry into the contract, which means full consideration. And then you have to knowingly sign your acceptance without coercion, threat, or duress.
Right.
Which you have to agree that they haven't given you full disclosure. So in other words, they did all this stuff behind the scenes and didn't tell you and led you to believe that everything was going on just like normal. But then they come and want to tell you later, oh no, we changed it. What?
Nobody told me.
Well, the thing about it is that what the maxim of law that applies, and the one that they hang their hat on, is that it's assumed that every man knows the law. That's how they get by with what they do, because they assume that.
Guess what? They changed it without telling us, which is a fraud all by itself. It's called fraud by silence. Secondly, they did not give us an opportunity to get full disclosure of what they did so that we could say yay or nay anyway. What they did is they played tricks and games on us. For instance, they send to you at your house a document, and it's got your name on it, but it's in all capital letters. And, of course, if you don't call them back and tell them, I don't spell my name like that, my name is spelled in my Christian appellation, and this is how I spell my name, then they just assume that you accepted your name in all capital letters, so therefore you accept the fiction, and therefore they can include you in their game because you're now a corporation, an officer of a corporation, an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia. But they did that by fraud. They did it by fraud. You didn't know they were going to do that, but then you didn't object either. You see, this is crap. They have pulled some serious crap on the American people, and they have pulled this crap without our consent or our consider knowledgeable in entering into a contract. And now they want to hold us to a contract saying, well, you didn't object. You must have agreed.
Right. Which contract? Do you know what contract they're talking about? You know what contract it is?
Show me. That's the one I want to see because they haven't shown it to me.
Well, it's the New Deal. The contract is the New Deal.
Oh, well. But they didn't even bother to have the courtesy. They didn't even have the courtesy to explain it to me like that, did they?
Well, they didn't need to because you're the posterity of the ones who accepted it.
Well, I didn't accept it, though, if I didn't know about it, huh?
Well,
and if everybody knew what they did, they'd be hanging them from trees. You could invest in rope and make a fortune. Because if everybody knew how down and dirty they did us and what they did to us, deliberately, with malice and forethought, I might add, because they certainly planned all this stuff out, these Jekyll Island yahoos. They certainly planned this stuff out in great detail, and they sucked the people in because we trusted them that they were going to be good old boys, and they were going to go into Congress and the government, and they were going to do their job and protect and serve our rights. But they didn't do it.
Well, they didn't do it. No, they breached contract. They breached contract, I agree.
So now we have fraud. What happens when we
have to throw them out? We have to throw them out and tell them so. Tell them that the contract's breached by you, not us.
Yeah.
You know, we did our part. You didn't do your part, so we need to throw them out because it didn't work.
When is fraud? When it's discovered.
As soon as it's discovered, right.
Right. And there is no statute of limitations on it.
They didn't tell us. That's right. There's no statute of limitations on it. So right now, we're all getting close to being on the same page, and we figured out we have been frauded. And now we're starting to bitch, and we're starting to tell them. And I go in and I tell them, hey, this is a bankrupt corporation. We were bankrupt 1933, June 5th, 1933, House Joint Resolution 192. I turned and told the prosecutor, I got his business card, and I says, this gentleman here, he gave his appearance before the court. He says, he doesn't have a right to speak, Your Honor, may it please the court. I said, he's not a trustee of the Bankruptcy Court of the United States. I says, I happen to have his card right here, and it doesn't even have raised letters on it, so he's not real proud of what he does here. But if he was a trustee of the United States Bankruptcy Court, this card would, one, have raised letters on it, and two, it would state that he is a trustee of the United States Bankruptcy Court, and he has authorization to practice before that court. And I called the clerk and checked he doesn't show up on the list of trustees. And you can do that just by calling on your computer and looking up for the trustees of who is a trustee of the Bankruptcy Court of the district wherein you're at. And you can check any one of these prosecutors' names. Their name isn't going to be on it. And then you turn around and say, I object to him even speaking, Judge, because this is a bankrupt corporation. The United States of America is a bankrupt corporation. And we've been bankrupt since 1933. And the only one that can speak on behalf of a bankrupt corporation is a trustee of the Bankruptcy Court. And this guy got up and says, you got to be kidding me, Your Honor, all red-faced. And the judge told him to shut up and sit down. She'd handle everything. Don't say nothing. I'll take care of this. She then turned to me and told me I was one of the most courteous gentlemen she'd ever had occasion to meet.
and that it was a privilege to have me in her courtroom because I was a fine American, and she had checked on me, and she knew that my record was incredible, and that she was ordering all these charges dismissed with prejudice, failure to state a cause of action upon which relief was granted, and she was ordering me released in jail clothes in my own recognizance. They didn't have my clothes, so they had to release me in jail clothes. I got to walk out in jail clothes with the cops holding their guns, talking about how'd he get out of the lockup. Judge says, let that one go. He's heavy duty.
I love that.
Yeah.
All right.
Robert the Fox, if you're listening tonight, I hope you repeat that argument in court tomorrow. Please, because it'll make you win. So if you're listening tonight, Robert.
Did you talk to him today?
I've talked to him. I've left him some messages and serious arguments. Go into court and just argue. Tell them they're a bankrupt corporation. They didn't have a right to turn the light on.
Dave is on, and Dave is going to update us on Robert Fox's case because he's there as a court watcher.
Okay.
Do you want an update?
I want an update. I want to know how Robert's doing because I'm very concerned, and I know Robert's health is failing him drastically. And I'm hoping to God he's going to go in and use that argument because it's a killer argument and they can't beat it.
I hope he's listening.
Please,
Dave.
Please be listening.
I unmuted you, Dave. Wait a minute, I'm having a problem there. It's unmuted.
The modern technology. I don't know which is going to kill us first, the banks or the damn computers.
Each other, probably. Dave, are you there, hon?
Please tell Robert Fox in the morning, argue that constitutional man's argument on bankruptcy of the United States. Bankruptcy of the United States. They don't have a right to bring this complaint. They're bankrupt.
I hope he didn't fall asleep. Dave, I've unmuted you. Are you there?
Stand up, hook up. Let's go, Dave.
Oh, my. Maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he said
Dave,
that constitutional man
try
is so
pressing the *6, or no, you're unmuted on this end, so maybe you have a mute button on your phone. I don't know. Damn, because I wanted to hear the update.
If he's listening, I hope he's going to tell Robert tomorrow, argue that law. Bankruptcy. This guy doesn't even have a right to speak, Judge. He's not a trustee of the bankruptcy court.
Oh, gosh. Dave.
All right. Well, let's get a few more questions going here.
Hello?
And do our best.
There you are. Okay, great. What happened?
Man, sorry about that. I fell asleep.
Oh, gosh.
Too many hours of driving and everything else on top of things. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm
sorry to wake you
up. You're going to get a chance to talk to Robert. If you get a chance to talk to Robert, tell him to push that bankruptcy argument I gave him, the bankruptcy of the United States. Tell him to argue that prosecutor, he's not a trustee of the bankruptcy court, Your Honor, may it please the court. I got his card right here. And it doesn't even have raised letters on it, so he's not real proud of what he does. But if he was a trustee of the bankruptcy court, Judge, on this card it would say, trustee of the United States Bankruptcy Court. So he don't have a right to speak, Judge.
Yeah,
he's not a trustee.
The situation went to the jury today, and that happened at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and they deliberated till 6 o'clock, and they had questions on several matters. They don't have exact specifics because they asked the judge a couple things via notes coming out. Then when he asked them if they wanted to continue deliberating, and the judge said, we'll stay here as long as you need, or have you decided or will decide whether you want to go and leave and come back tomorrow? They said they wanted to leave and come back tomorrow, which to me is an indication that they're still quite a ways away from a verdict.
Right. Plus, there's a hang-up, obviously.
I'll be honest with you. We're talking about very small town USA. It is the county seat in Rusk, Texas, Cherokee County. And the jury is very blue collar. appearance, and I was concerned that they were basically going to rubber stamp things for the prosecutor and the police department. I was very concerned about that in the beginning. I am much less concerned about it now because it appears that they are really digging their heels in, and there was a difference. One of the things that did come out was in the instructions from the judge before they went to deliberations. He said about the only time that we will do something as far as getting information for you is if there are two jurors that disagree on exactly what was said in testimony by some person. And if that is the case, then they will go to the court reporter and they will have her look up that information and clarify it. Believe it or not, that actually happened.
Good job.
And they brought it out. The recorder had to go and find it and couldn't find exactly what was said, but it was comments that Robert had made to the prosecutor when he was on the stand, and the prosecutor was cross-examining him, and it was related specifically to religious persecution, which is one of the issues that is going on with this.
Oh, that's very hopeful. Good.
Yeah. So,
how do you think he did?
Overall, Robert had a more difficult time expressing himself, and I think during the trial and getting his questions organized and asked, and the consensus of all of us there that know him and have been observing him is that he is just absolutely worn down.
Yeah, he's dead on his feet. That's the impression I had just talking to him on the phone.
Yeah, he. There were times that he just stood there and looked at the paper that he was holding and didn't even say anything, and the judge would have to ask him, Mr. Fox, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, he's dead on his feet. He's dead on his feet.
Yeah, he did quite well, I felt, today on his closing argument. He really hit home, and he tried to clarify to the jury that what they're trying to do, if you really look at it, they could do to any one of the jury members, because this whole thing is about a document that he put in to the public record that he had recorded, saying that, in his opinion, and this was a document he generated, saying that in his opinion he had been tortured, that he was a victim of religious persecution, and several other things, and that he was going to make a claim to risk management of the city of Jacksonville, Texas, for $30 million. And they are trying to portray it that he was trying to screw the city of Jacksonville out of $30 million. That it's a government document, and that the charges are tampering with a government document. Well, first of all, how can it be a government document when he's the one that generated it? I don't think he's the government. And he very clearly told the people, I followed the tort laws in Texas, which require me to give the city notice and opportunity to do something about this claim that I feel I have against them. Correct. And that I'm required to do this before I begin any litigation against them for damages that I feel I'm owed. He says, I simply followed Texas law.
It's also federal law. Title 28, United States Code, Rule 41, says you have a requirement to seek concurrence prior to bringing the litigation to court.
And he told the jury straight out, you know, you could find yourself in the same position if you had a claim against the city of Jacksonville, and if you made it known to them, you could be sitting here in the same position I am, which I thought was very, very powerful. And I think it really may have been a wake-up call to the jury after a lot of the other stuff because, you know, Robert still has his long beard.
Yep.
And
it's like Jesus Christ personified. Did he come to court with his cane this time? Did he have his cane and bang it on the floor?
No.
Hear ye, let my yea be yea and my nay be nay.
No, he does not have that, but he limps when he walks in the court, and it's been very interesting. I've talked to people that have known Robert for a period of years. Tim Perkins, who is a common law judge down here, has seen him in action in the court, and I've described to him what Robert's been doing, and he says Robert has really lost his touch, so to speak, compared to 10 years ago. He's absolutely just worn out from all of the stuff they've done to him. He continually...
He's not medically sound either. He's got all kinds of problems.
Exactly. He's dealing with a lot of physical issues.
Yeah, a lot of pain. And these drugs don't actually help your brain think too good either. I got that same problem.
But it was obvious that the stress is getting to him because at times it seemed like he almost couldn't function as far as trying to deal with the situation. But yet, when he got into his closing argument, he was quite good the way he spoke to the jury. So we're hopeful. Like I said, the fact that it's going so long, I think, is very good on his side.
But certainly, they can see that he's physically beaten down.
That's painfully obvious.
So he must be. They know that this isn't just a bunch of BS that some guy decided to do because he didn't have enough to do. So today I'll go piss these people off and I'll go do this. So they know that this guy probably is a serious person. That what he does very, very conscientiously.
Well, interestingly enough, out of the clear blue, right at the end of the trial, and when they did the closing arguments, the prosecutor, or before that, near the end of the testimony, they called 3 rebuttal witnesses, and then Robert testified. Well, when they called these rebuttal witnesses, that was the character assassination attempt.
Sure.
Really trying to paint him in a bad light.
Yep. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And he ended up calling me as a character witness. He asked me if I would testify, and I said, well, yeah. But I knew one of the things that Robert had a very difficult time was having a logical series of questions to follow through and paint a picture that he needed to paint. And I wish I'd known a little bit sooner where I could have written him a list.
Prepared something.
Exactly, because Eddie Craig, for anybody out there that knows the name Eddie Craig came into court and testified on his behalf day before yesterday, and did some documentation that they put into the court. And I have not seen the document yet. I asked Robert today if he could get me a copy of it, and he said he would, but he did not do it today during the court time. But when Eddie came there to talk to him, I talked briefly with Eddie and explained to him that Robert was having a hard time with having a logical series of questions. His thinking process just wasn't clear.
Well, it's probably the pain medicine he's taken because it affects your brain drastically. And the bottom line, it slows you down. It messes with your memory. It does all kind of problems. It causes you to lapse. My favorite actor, I remember running into him in a sausage shop by accident. It was my turn to go get the sausages for the crew at work. And so I went down there and I ran into this guy, and it was my very favorite actor, Chuck Bronson.
and I'm standing, he's right in front of me in line with his beautiful wife there, the blonde gal, and I go to say something, and he put his finger up to his mouth. Don't say nothing. I just raised my little hand, give him the okay, everything's cool, I'm not going to give you away. And after, he walked out with me, and he signed an autograph for me. And, I mean, I sat there for an hour and a half trying to remember the guy's name, and my mind just blanked. And I know what it is. You're just dead tired, and you're taking these stupid pills for the pain. And he's got terrible back pain because they broke his back when they beat him up trying to take his fingerprints. And the bottom line is he's in a lot of pain, and so you take these pills to try and deal with the pain, and at the same time they dull your senses and your ability to be spontaneous and sharp as a razor. And so
so what we need to do is, all of us that know Robert and love him, we need to send him loving, beautiful intentions.
Yes.
Light a candle. Think of a positive, scenario, how it's going to turn out really favorable for him, and
when
send him our love.
He sent a letter to the judge telling the judge that I was the hero of America. The judge wanted to know who the hell is this Robert Fox. I said, well, he's the Emperor of the South, Your Honor. He's the Emperor of the South. And I said, he's very fond of me. He's a friend of mine. I'm an associate, and he actually works the South area and tries to get Constitution and law for everybody down South. And so he said, well, he speaks very highly of you, So, I mean, it says even the sheriffs are going, who the hell is the Emperor of the South? Robert Fox, the infamous Emperor of the South. And so we got to stick up for each other. She's right. We need to send some mail and get something to him, something to cheer him up and tell him he's our hero, the hero.
And good thoughts. Good thoughts. Good loving thoughts.
When we were talking, his spirits were good, given the circumstances. But this afternoon, he was there with his head down on the table, taking a short little nap.
Yep.
While deliberations were going on, and it's obvious he's been worn down. I asked Dr. Brooks, who is transporting him and helping him with everything to court every day, if he had gotten any sleep last night, and he shook his head no.
Yeah.
So Robert has just absolutely been stretched to the limit. But one of the things, if I can throw something out real quick here that I think it'd be good for everybody to hear. One of the things that he kept hammering away at through this whole thing, and every chance he got, was the fact that they had a mountain of charges against him, and he has gotten through 8 of these various charges that happened, that were placed against him. And he was asking people and making the point, why is it, if I'm such a bad person, that there are 8 charges that were placed against me, and they've either been dismissed or I've beaten the charges, and I haven't been convicted of anything yet you got me in here today on monkey business.
Yet another charge, yes, yet another charge, because you're going to make something stick, So you're persecuting me. Yeah, you're persecuting me.
That was part of what he was trying to show, that they're persecuting him. He says, what is it that they place so many charges against me, and yet you can't make anything stick? Is it that there's something wrong with me, or is it there's some type of vendetta by you?
Yes,
and
they're out to get me.
Exactly. And the police chief got up on the stand and said that in spoken words, yes, we want to get rid of you. We want you out of here. We don't want you
here. Whatever it takes to do.
Basically.
There's somebody on that jury that's got a little hair on their tail, and they're willing to stand up and be counted.
Well, that's what I'm sensing is happening because of the fact that 5 hours. I really was quite concerned. I looked at the jury and I've observed them. I stood over quite close to the gate where they would file out every time they would go to break and go outside the courtroom and stuff. They had to come right by me.
When they did that, did Robert rise?
Oh, we all stood.
Oh,
absolutely.
Okay, all right. You all stood up when they came in. Okay.
We all stood up when they went out and when they came in. And I will tell you that on all of the trips that jury went out, not one juror, one time would make eye contact with me.
Ah, that means they feel bad. That means they feel very bad.
Well, it's very interesting. I got a close haircut, and I've made a point of sitting right up in the front row, and I have taken a ton of notes in a notebook, and haven't exhibited any emotion or anything, any smiles or anything in front of the jury. Quite frankly, what I wanted to do was create an element of who is this guy? And what is he doing here? How come he's writing all this stuff in this notebook?
Maybe we ought to take a real close look. We ought to take a close look at this. Yes.
And finally, when Robert called me, he called me as a character witness, and I wish I could have given him a list of questions to elicit a little more, but he says, have you ever known me to lie? Because they were saying that he's lied about this and lied about that, and I said, no. And he just asked me a couple other questions, and then the prosecutor, of course, asked me, well, what do you do? I said, I'm retired, and I help people with legal issues. I do a conference call every week, and I've been doing that for 2 years to help people with legal issues. He says, are you a lawyer? I said, no, sir, I'm not. And that was it. So they got a taste of there's somebody else that was there. Eddie Craig put on quite a display when he testified day before yesterday. He's very sharp. A lot of what he wanted to testify to, the judge would not allow him to testify in front of the jury. They let the jury go day before yesterday early, and Eddie Craig testified.
See, that's illegal. That's damn illegal.
Well,
that's called motion in lamine. Motion in lamine. They're trying to block.
Yeah.
They're trying to block so the jury doesn't get to hear all the facts. And right away, the jury should have immediately took offense to that.
Well, it's really interesting. Like I say, I've observed the jury. There are 7 guys and 5 women. And ever since the first day, seven men and 5 women, and it's been fascinating to watch them because starting on the second day, every time they came back in the courtroom, all the women have sat in the back row, and the men sat in front.
That's for protection.
Oh, really?
Every single time. And they've been in and out and in and out and in and out. But
the women are sitting behind the men because they want protection.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. And that means they're afraid of the government, too. Oh, that's good.
Protection from what?
All right. Now, let me ask you, and I'm not a racial person. I'm not. Believe me, anybody who knows me knows that I'm not. I had my life saved by a black person in Vietnam who shoved me in a hole and got his legs blown off for the privilege of doing that. And he had a 4-year scholarship to Southern Christian University as a ball player, so he gave up his whole life for me, and I really, to this day, cry every time I think about it. But anyway, I am not a racial person, but what I'm asking is the racial makeup of the jury. What would you say the racial makeup of the jury is?
11 Caucasian. Yeah, 11 Caucasian, 1 black male.
That's too bad. See, when you get a jury, the ideal situation is you want black women on the jury. First of all, women want to know everything. They want the whole story. And black women have gone down to jails and looked at their family members through the glass so many times. They don't trust the government worth a tinker's damn. So if you can get a jury of black women, you're really looking good. Because almost always they'll stand too and tell them, these people are crooks. We know they're crooks. You know they're crooks. And they'll stand and they'll do the right thing. So obviously that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay.
Well, it's there's one younger.
He'd probably laugh if he found that black woman was the one holdout, huh?
Well, I'll tell you, I found it very interesting the fact that the one thing that the judge said that they had to come up with before they could come back out and have them dig in the court proceedings, they couldn't just come out and start asking for anything. He specifically told them in the jury instructions before they went to deliberation that the only thing that will bring you back out here for us to dig something out is if two of you disagree on some specific thing that was said by a witness. And lo and behold, here they come, and that's what happened. And they had to have that court reporter go back and dig in that stuff, and she talked to the judge about it, and then they brought the jury back in, and he explained to them, we've looked through this, and we couldn't find exactly what you were asking specifically, but we believe this is as close as we can get. And had the court reporter actually read that testimony back to them, then they went back to deliberations again. But it shows that there is great depth in what they're doing. They're in no way, shape, or form as a rubber stamp jury here, which is a very good thing.
Now, how are they dressed? How would you say they are dressed? How would you say they are dressed?
Dressed?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clean cut?
No, we're talking very average blue collar workers. One young guy had his hat tucked in his belt, and the first couple of days that he was in there, he wore a pair of jeans with stains on them and stuff. Almost looked like he had worked in a auto repair shop or something and had grease stains on his clothes.
Yeah, okay.
And yet there's one lady in there, white-haired, probably, I'm going to guess maybe somewhere around 60 years of age, and just very, very plain people. Nobody with that you would look at and say, well, here's somebody that maybe has an executive type look to them, very, very blue collar in appearance, without question. Everybody. And it runs from the lady that appears to be, like I said, somewhere around 60 or early 60s down to young guy. In fact, there was a couple of young guys on there. One of them turned out, actually two of them turned out to be alternates. But those guys, I'd say, are no more than maybe 23 to 25 years old. And it runs the gamut in between. So I was really afraid that this was going to be a group of people that really probably hadn't had much of any exposure to any kind of in any big way to higher education in their schooling. Sometimes it's really hard to tell, but, thinking in terms of where we are over there, small town Texas, small town America, and seeing their appearance, it's like, well, okay, are these people going to be real easily led by the prosecutor? It's turning out they are not, which is great.
I think we lost CM.
Oh, no.
I think his computer, phone died,
computer, yeah. Well, anyway, that's basically what's going on. Robert is very thankful for everybody's support. He can use it. He's been run through the meat grinder. It's has been very sad for me in my position to sit there and see him haltingly try and gather his thoughts to ask questions, and then have them vilify him with some of the things that have been said in court. I mean, they just absolutely tried to paint him as the worst individual you can imagine. And one thing that really happened right at the end of the closing arguments, like I said, the prosecutor goes first, then Robert got to speak his piece, and then the prosecutor gets to come back and make his last comments. I think actually the prosecutor shot himself in the foot big time right at the end, because he came out with almost this anger, talking about Robert's document that he put in saying, I'm just notifying the risk management, and that's specifically what it said, risk management, that I'm making a claim for $30 million for these various things. He said, this guy's just trying to con the city of Jacksonville. Don't let him do it. Don't let him con you. And just really stupid in my opinion. And I think probably there's some of the people on the jury that may have taken that a little bit personally.
Well, let's pray that they're like traditional Americans and that they favor the underdog, and that he's been so browbeaten that they will have in their mind, this is a railroad job. I can see the number on the train. I can hear the whistle blowing, Let's hope that they favor the underdog like almost Americans always do, and that they resolve it in favor of Robert, because Robert definitely needs a break here. And these people have definitely gone after him with a vengeance. That maybe they've overplayed their hand. See, abusers almost always overplay their hand. And let's hope these people are smart enough to smell a rat in the woodpile and figure it out, and then come in favor of Robert and have the guts to stand there and keep it up, because the judge will probably browbeat him. We're going to send you back in there until you come up with a unanimous verdict.
Well, he's already gotten past drug charges that were leveled at him because there were dental antibiotics in the building. He didn't have anything to do with it. There had been a dental clinic in there. He got rid of all that stuff. They had charged him, arrested him, and put a $30,000 bond on him to get out of jail for barratry, of all things. Barratry. And then they finally ended up saying, well, we're not going to prosecute on this. And he brought that up to the jury. He said, they arrest me, they put me in jail, they hold me in jail for many, many weeks, and everything, and finally put me under a $30,000 bond to get out of there, and then the charges are dropped. What kind of stuff is that? Now, I will say, everybody needs to be aware, they still have 2 more charges pending against him. And both of those are related. They're both related to practicing law without a license.
Now, I can prove that's totally 100% unlawful. You have a right to work and contract your labor, your skill, and your time of life. That's Bailey versus Alabama, 219 U.S. 219. Now, Your Honor, they have converted my right to work into a privilege and require me to participate in this scam where I got to be associating and or licensed and or they come in here and they convert my right to work into a privilege and require me to have a license to pay a fee for the exercise of the right. That's Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105. Totally unconstitutional, Judge. They don't have no right to convert my rights into privileges and require me to have a license and a fee. And if they do, Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham, Alabama, 373 is 262 says I can ignore the license and the fee and engage in the right with impunity. That means they can't punish me. But since I relied on the counsel of 9 justices of the U.S. Supreme Court, I got a perfect defense of the element of willfulness. Willfulness defined as an evil motive or intent to avoid a known duty or task under the law with a moral certainty. I would submit, Your Honor, that this prosecutor doesn't have a cause of action for which leave me granted. He's charged me with practicing law without a license. That's a damn lie, Your Honor. I don't practice. I know exactly what the frank I'm doing. I don't need to practice. So the reality is he doesn't have a cause of action for which relief me granted. I'd kind of collect my costs and fees here on the defendant's patently fraudulent and spurious complaint. That'd be Michigan Court Rule 2.116, parens C, parens 8. Failure to state a cause of action, and I would like to collect my costs and fees, and I will submit a proposed order, Your Honor. May it please the court, and I thank the court for its very valuable time. Thank you, sir, or thank you, ma'am. And that's the end of that.
Wow.
And they got to dismiss everything.
Well,
then they turn to the prosecutor and they say, "You want to make a response?" And the whole court busts out laughing. Yeah. Okay.
What happened here, and when I got to court there was an attorney with Robert. And I was not aware, I was under the impression that this attorney that was there at Robert's behest. He was acting as assistance of counsel. He was not representing Robert. We all know that Robert's much smarter than that. But this attorney was there, and after getting additional information, turns out that they had required him to have an attorney, that they would not allow him to represent himself in the court.
That's
so rather than
you know why they did that? They did that to cut out anybody coming back later saying he didn't have effective assistance of counsel. So they do that to beat the appeal briefs. That's what they did. That's why they do it. They make the guy stand there. He stands there as what is called standby counsel.
Mm-hmm.
And they hope that you won't object to him doing that.
Well, Robert has talked to him, but I kept wondering, it just didn't seem like he was getting the assistance from this guy. And then when I got the full
Robert
picture,
Robert probably told him, you don't speak for me. Do you understand? You will not speak for me.
Oh yeah. But the bottom line is, I can tell you, if this goes to a mistrial, there's going to be a whole different deal that goes the next time, because I'm going to be much more involved in helping prepare Robert for what he's doing in court, because I will be able to help him lay out all the questions and paint the pictures he needs to paint, and get the information out of the witnesses. And I'm hoping at least we go to a mistrial. And I don't know whether they would
wait a minute,
try him again or not.
If you get to talk to him tomorrow, tell him he is going for a mistrial if it doesn't go his way. But they denied him due process of law.
Oh, yeah. He's already hit on that. That's part of what Eddie Craig was presenting, and they put in through the documents. See, one of the biggest things in this whole thing is that he never got an evidentiary hearing in the beginning, which he's entitled to, and that's one of the things that Eddie Craig testified to. He rattled off all the statutes and everything, the Texas statutes regarding that, because he demanded a hearing 4 different times, and he never, ever got one. So they blatantly denied him due process. The court has no jurisdiction to be doing what they're doing.
Actually, you're absolutely right. That's what Title V says. If you deny somebody due process, all jurisdiction ceases. On top of that, we got a case called Brady versus Maryland that says if they deny him any exculpatory evidence which could favorably change the outcome of the case, that's an automatic mistrial, okay? And on top of that, Title 18, United States Code, Section 3500, which is the case of U.S. versus Jenks, which says that if it should be found that the government has failed to provide any exculpatory evidence that could cause the change of the outcome of the case, that they proceed at their very peril. And usually the case is automatically dismissible just on that Jenks material. So it seems to me that there's a whole bunch of shaky stuff going on here, and that this judge is either allowing this to go forward, because an honest judge would have stopped and says, wait a minute here, you can't do this. This is all screwed up. You've screwed this all up, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm going to have no other choice but to dismiss this case. I'll bet you another thing is they didn't read him his rights or give him his due process on his rights in terms of his Form 6, that they required to sign a Form 6, which says that he had a chance to have his rights read to him. They don't do that. They do that all the time. That's pursuant to Miranda versus Arizona and Dickerson versus United States. Well, guess what? If it's found that they don't have a Form 6 in the file where they actually got his signature that he had his rights read to him, guess what? They got to dismiss everything anyway.
And I doubt very seriously if they have that, because after the arrest, see, they raided the building where he was 3 different times within a month. They kept coming back and hitting on him one thing after another. Kept arresting him and trumping up the charges on him. Like I said, there's 8 of them. It's obvious it's persecution.
Persecution. This is selective persecution.
There's no question about it. And that's one of the things that he kept trying to go to. And I will tell you, the prosecutor, naturally, was very, very, very active in his objections to the testimony that Robert was trying to elicit from people. But one of the things, though, that on the failing side for Robert was because, I believe, of his mental state, rather than going directly to the witnesses and asking a question and eliciting an answer, he would start testifying. Well, isn't it a fact that such and such and so and this and this and this and this? And the prosecutor, of course, would jump up, objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, irrelevant, this or that. And most of those objections were sustained. for obvious reasons, because he was not asking questions, and he was incredibly tired. But the judge had to admonish him many times over that same issue, and Robert just mentally he was just absolutely fried, I believe, and he couldn't gather his thoughts, because he actually, as I mentioned earlier, would sit there and look down at his papers after the judge would say that to him. He would sit there and look at his papers that he was holding in his hand, say nothing, and eventually, after about 30 to 40 seconds of silence, the judge would ask him, Mr. Fox, do you have any further questions? Yes. And then he would launch in, basically start doing the same thing again. And then he'd be, there'd be another objection. He would be admonished again. We went through that scenario a number of times, so it was obvious that he was just absolutely beat down to the point where he couldn't hardly function. But he did not have the questions written out. And if we go through this again, you can rest assured I'm going to play a much bigger part in what's going on now that I see what his shortcomings are, because I can help him formulate these questions to elicit the answers from the witnesses to paint the picture that he wants to paint for the jury.
All right, make sure you get the names of the judge, get the names of the prosecutor, get the names of all these parties.
Oh, he knows them well.
I just got a feeling that there's going to be some serious IRS audits this year. I just have a feeling.
You think that's
sure you get the
possibility,
names.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I know how to get you totally off, you think I might know how to get you hooked up?
I'm sure Robert would be very appreciative of any of the help, but if we got to get past this hurdle on what he's got here. Even if we can go to a hung jury, I think they'll really think twice about trying to try him a second time on this. Because
let's hope these jurors are real Americans. Let's hope.
I'm getting a much better feeling than I had before. I was in great fear that there was a rubber stamp group of people there, and after seeing what happened today and the fact that we had two of them that actually were disagreeing over specific testimony on things, I think that's very positive in Robert's favor. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it's shown us that there's no rubber stamp here at all.
Now, what is the practice? Have you been before this court before, this particular court?
No, I've never been here. I live in Dallas. I'm driving 150 miles each way every day. I'm driving 300 miles.
If they convict them, will they take him into custody right away and throw him in jail?
I really don't know. That's one of the things that I was somewhat concerned with, because one of the things that they talked about was the fact that he was not a U.S. citizen. He had come from Canada. And because this is one of the things that was brought up about why was there a $30,000 bond for a barratry charge. And that question was asked of the magistrate that set the bond. He actually was testifying, and he says, Mr. Fox is not a U.S. citizen, and he had come here under questionable circumstances, entered the country illegally, and this and that. He had no family here, didn't own any property.
A risk for flight shit. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what he used as a rationalization to have a high bond. And
well, I appreciate your input and keeping us informed. And make sure if you talk to Robert tomorrow, you wish him our very best. I'm praying really hard for him.
I will do that.
I want to push a real quickie situation for you. Are you familiar with the case of Cruikshank? U.S. versus Cruikshank? That's the case that says if in your heart of hearts you actually believe, if you actually believe in your heart of hearts that you're absolutely right, understand, if you absolutely believe, then they got to give it to you. And Byers versus United States is another one, 273 U.S. 28, okay? 273 U.S. 28, and they basically state that the law is supposed to be interpreted in favor of you. You're the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary, the citizen for the protection of rights and property. So it's supposed to be interpreted in favor of you. So if you honestly believe in your heart of hearts that you are right, that U.S. versus Cruikshank case is the one they used for that guy who believed he didn't have a tax liability. And if he honestly believed he didn't have a tax liability, then he didn't have it.
and they had to let him go. So tell him, bring up that Crookshank case. Let's see here.
Well, like I said, unfortunately, we're not at a point where there's any more testimony now. It's
no. You got what they call an allocution statement that you got to make before they throw you in jail.
Oh yes, and that's one thing that Robert is very aware of. But if it goes to the point where there is a conviction in the sentencing, he is very aware of that. But I will make sure that he has got his stuff written down, that he doesn't trip up.
Well, two of the ones you want to put in there is Byers versus United States, 272 U.S. 28, and the other one is U.S. versus Crookshank, because I'm telling you, them two cases are killer cases. They can't get around them. Yeah, Byers versus United States, 272 U.S. 28. The Constitution is supposed to be interpreted to include every word, every phrase, every syllable, to include the punctuation, to include the intent of the framer, pursuant to Cohen versus Virginia, 632-1821, and then it shall be liberally enforced in favor of the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary of the citizen for the protection of rights and property, pursuant to 1690. It's Graham Jurisprudence, second, section 97, and it says very clearly they have to uphold it in favor of him. And if he honestly believes that he's right, and see, that's what I tell my people. When you get up on the stand, you tell them, well, I followed this case, and then you read the case to him. And I honestly believe that was the God's truth. I really thought that was the truth, and that the Supreme Court spoke very clearly, and that I followed that to the letter and took that as my sincere counsel, you see. And then when it comes time to come and get out of it, then it's like, well, hey, man, the guy's got a perfect defense. I'm going to willfulness. I can't prove willfulness. The guy's got me beat. So how do we get a conviction here? The primary element is proof of willful intent to avoid a known duty or task. So it's the mens rea. What was in his state of mind? Oh, I actually believe everything that I read here in this court case, and it says that I have a right to have my constitutional rights interpreted in favor of me, clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary for the protection of rights and property, Byers versus United States, 272 U.S. 28, and all of a sudden they're going, and I honestly believe that, you see. Now all of a sudden when they try and jam you, it's like, how are you going to get around that? He honestly believed it. U.S. versus Crookshank. We can't get past that. The bottom line is, he's a winner. You can't touch it. He's absolutely immune. He's got a right to his beliefs. It's a matter of conscience under the First Amendment. That's why religion is left alone, because it's a matter of spiritual conscience. And if you honestly believe that your religious beliefs are there, they got to give that to you. Same damn difference for this. I didn't believe that I was doing anything wrong. I believe that I was exercising my First Amendment rights to redress and make complaint. And I had an honest complaint, and I was clearly victimized. And you can see that I've been severely persecuted. Look at this court case with 8 different complaints. They just made up this stuff to harass me. Okay?
Well, they sure tried to vilify him, I'll tell you.
Well, that's good. Because Americans favor the underdog. Maybe the jury picked up on some of that stuff and they'll decide to come in and favor him.
I was very concerned about how Robert was going to do on his closing remarks because of his inability to gather his thoughts at times through the various stages of questioning of witnesses, whether it be his own or cross-exam on prosecution witnesses. But when it came to the closing arguments, he didn't even use all of the time that he said he would use. He said, I need about 30 minutes, and he probably used, the judge reminded him at 20 minutes, which he said he would, and Robert probably talked for 3 minutes past that and just said, it's in your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. But he spoke pretty well during the closing arguments. I was very pleased to hear that.
When he was talking to the jury, did he go up and walk right in front of the jury and walk back and forth like they do on these Perry Mason shows, or did he stand back and stay back when his chair?
No, they actually had a little miniature podium that both the prosecutor and Robert used. It was right up in front of the jury.
Okay, but I mean, he didn't get too close to him where he was scaring them, did he?
Oh, no. He stood there and spoke to them just like the prosecutor did. He did not walk up along in front of them close there.
If you scare the jury, they're going to vote against you almost for sure. You can't scare the jury.
Yeah. No, he was very calm and collected, and he thanked them. He said, "Thank you for being here," and
doing your civic duty, your American civic duty.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So,
well, you really give us a lot of hope here. I'm definitely encouraged. I was very concerned. I know Robert's going through a lot of stuff, and I know he's in a lot of pain, and I know he's doing the best he can, and I know how these pills can mess with your brain. It's really hard. And,
it's obvious he was having a lot of difficulty.
Straight ahead. Yeah, it's the pain pills. That's what it is. Well, they mess with your guts. They mess with your whole psyche. They mess with your fatigue. You know.
Well, and even during some of this time, and this just absolutely floored me when because Dr. Brooks has been carting him back and forth and everything, and the other day I talked to Dr. Brooks. I asked him, how's Robert doing as far as sleep? Well, he's not getting a whole lot of sleep. And I come to find out that Robert was actually doing stuff for other people rather than working on his own case.
That's Robert.
That tells you something about Robert Fox. There's other people that needed help. In fact, quite frankly, as we were sitting waiting on the jury today, Robert was doing habeas corpus for a friend of his to get him released from jail tomorrow.
Well, tell Robert he needs to start focusing that charity begins at home today. Don't do nothing big.
Oh, yes.
Charity begins at home, and you can't take care of nobody if you can't take care of yourself. And the bottom line is, if you're all time tired doing everybody else's stuff, you can't do your stuff. Come on.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't agree with you more.
I'm the same way. I did the same thing. My doctor told my driver, you take him straight to the hospital. You take him right now. He's dying. Do you understand? Take him straight to the hospital. I told my driver, no, we got to go to one more appointment. I got to say it to you.
You and Robert are two stubborn guys. But
I got the guy out of jail. Yeah. I got the guy out of jail, and at the same time, it made it to the hospital. And the doctor says, if you'd have waited one more hour, you'd have died.
Yeah. Well,
I know the feeling.
Do yourself, please, from me, and I think from all of us out there. I think I can speak for a whole lot of people right here. Please, you take care of yourself.
Well, I'm going to.
We need you. We need people like you and Robert out here teaching us and helping us so that we can take this and pass it on and teach others and help others. We need you around as long as we can keep you.
We're hoping and we're trying. Anyway, let me give you the site on the U.S. versus Cruikshank case. It's 92 U.S. 542. 92 U.S. 542. And that's the one that says if you actually believe in your own heart of hearts that you're absolutely 100% honestly and full belief of what you're doing, they have to give it to you.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Robert's got that stuff, but
I sent him a bunch of it.
Yeah.
I sent him a bunch of it.
He's got so much of this stuff on his computer, and that's one of Robert's strong points is the allocution situation. Because he has helped a number of other people on that, and if there's one place that he needs it, that's a good fallback for him to have a strong point there. If for some reason they convict him,
when he gets in that allocution statement, I want him to tell him that there is absolutely no existence. They don't exist in law. They're a bankrupt corporation. They're civilly dead. And this here prosecutor, he's not a trustee of the bankruptcy court. He has never had a right to speak on behalf of a bankrupt corporation. And they will absolutely crap in their pants, I promise you. You can't be serious, is what this attorney told him. The judge turned to him and told him, shut up and sit down. I'll tell you when you can talk.
Well, I'll pass the information on to him, and we'll just see what happens. But speaking of doing that, I think I probably better go to bed here pretty quick. It's 12:30 at night here, and it's been quite a week.
It's 1:25 here, so we're getting close.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to let you go. All right, it's very good to talk to you. Thank you for the update. You definitely
absolutely
cheered me up.
Good to talk with you.
I personally think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. So everybody still give him your prayers anyway.
Yep, everybody keep them in your prayers. Anything positive that you can send Robert's way down here in Texas is very much appreciated by Robert and myself and many others that have been stepping up to support him and do what we can. It's been a pretty thin crowd, but there's been about a half a dozen people here that have been there to support him.
Okay. So, all right. God love you and keep you. I'm thanking you very much for your valuable time. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Constitution Man.
Make sure you tell Robert we love you, brother. Now, come on. No fooling around. Wipe the floor with the bums.
There you go. I will pass your sentiments on to him.
Tell him wipe the floor with the bums.
Mm-hmm.
All right. God love you.
All right. Thanks. Everybody, Angela, thanks for having me on the call, and I'm going to get some sleep because we got stuff to do tomorrow.
Yep, go for it.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Knock 'em dead. Knock 'em dead. I'm going to have to join him pretty quick, too, because I'm way past my time, and I got to be in court at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So do we have one last question, and then we're going to say bail it. Hello? We're done. Okay, we're done.
Anyone there? Hello?
I'm here.
Wow, what happened?
I don't know. I think something, maybe Angela got muted and CM just thought everybody hung up.
Wow.
So, how are you, Harold?
I'm tired just like everybody else.
I hear you. Same here. I was just trying to check the chat here, and Angela's still here. I know Dave is gone, and now I know CM is gone, but everybody else is still here according to the chat.
Yeah, because I wanted to bring a case to Constitution Man attention to go along with his MERS stuff. It was the case out of New York, which basically ruled that MERS business practice is deemed illegal. So that was the only case, according to Professor Ray out of the University of Kansas, that actually examined MERS business practices, and it deemed them to be illegal. So in addition to what he brought out from the Michigan case, to go concurrently with what the New York case say, and the case out of Kansas, the case out of California, some cases down in Florida. It's a pretty and the case up in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. Pretty much bleak for MERS.
That's good to hear. Very good to hear. I know a lot of people are going to be loving to have that. I also want to let you know on the chat here, it does say Angela is taking care of her son at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Okay, so Dave, no one authorized left. I don't know what that means. What was I going to say? Oh, well, I definitely appreciate that extra info about that.
Yeah, because there's quite a few cases out there now that pretty much put MERS to bed. But I thought the New York case, the Michigan case, which I was also familiar with, they got a couple cases out in California. And, of course, you got the Landmark case out of Kansas. And you got a couple other cases in state New York that have been quoted around the country also. But the Henry Agar, that's a bankruptcy case. Actually, most of the good cases are federal cases.
Nice.
States.
That's good. That's what I'm hoping for, and I hope it stays that way, and I hope it only gets better.
Yeah, because it's a house of cards. It was a house of cards from the beginning. I got to find the information that he spoke of, because that's the second time I heard him bring that up, and I haven't been able to find anything to match it up. That MERS is a 503 corporation.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, that's what he keeps saying, but I haven't checked up on it myself. I haven't had the exact amount of time that I needed to do all these different things.
Yeah. See, I'm in the battle myself, and so I don't get a chance to do the minute research at times. Did ask somebody to look it up for me, and never got back to me. Because you would get that right from probably the Secretary of State of Delaware. Get their charter to find out exactly how they're set up.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I'll actually try to do that for tomorrow if possible. Because, I mean, like I said, I'm very curious myself. I'd like to make sure, I plan to use the stuff when I go.
Because if they're 503C, he would be absolutely correct that it's impossible for them to own property as a nonprofit. To sell for profit, because remember their assignment says for valued. They might say $1, $10, and other valuable consideration. Well, that means that must be profitable.
Right.
So they would be in violation of the charter and also of the statute governing the nonprofits.
Right.
Because they did that to get around taxes.
Right, of course. Well, they wanted to cheat the government and the cities and the counties out of all their taxes, and for themselves not to have to pay any.
Right, and it was a farce from the beginning because MERS, the case out of I forgot about Nebraska too. That was one of the early ones in 2005. Supreme Court case in Nebraska versus banking department. MERS versus banking department, and where MERS made it very clear that they're not in the business of banking. They have no interest in the mortgage or the note. They don't even handle the note. And that was repeated twice in that case. So therefore, if they did not handle the note, how in the world did it get transferred? It didn't.
I was just going to say that.
It never got transferred through MERS. Because we know that MERS is nothing but a computer system anyway. But more importantly than that, if they didn't transfer the note, then the movement of the mortgage through MERS is ineffective because the mortgage without the note is nothing, is null and void. And Constitution Man brought that point out about the splitting of the note and the mortgage. So, and then another one that I get them on a lot, and this one is very obvious, especially if you know what a trust was involved. Oftentimes, before foreclosure, they'll put the assignment of transfer to the trust. For the trust, you can almost know the date in which, the year in which it's closed because they normally have a year there. And if you get the prospectus or the PSA, then you know exactly the day that the trust closed. And what you will find is that the trust closed several years before the assignment of mortgage even came into existence, meaning that allegedly the res was already in the possession of the trustee 2 years or 3 years ago. So how in the world can MERS assign something that was already in possession of the alleged trustee? Impossible. It was fraudulent on the face. Clear fraud upon the public record. Fraud upon the court if you're in the judicial state. It's prima facie. There's no way getting around it. All the facts that you need are right there in the assignment to use against them.
I agree, and unfortunately, since we don't know about the fraud and we're the layman people, unfortunately, they just pull a wool over our eyes and just take advantage of us.
Right. And matter of fact, I haven't even seen many people even argue that. It's right in front of your face in a lot of cases. If the trust closed 2 or 3 years prior, how can MERS assign to the trust when the trust already has it, allegedly?
That's right. As a matter of fact, that's the same thing with my particular situation, too. I'm also in New York, if you don't know, and I have the same situation where it was already assigned to the trust, and now MERS assigned it to two different banks since then, and it's pretty funny how they were able to do that, and, you know, they weren't supposed to do it anyway.
No. It's first of all, once it was assigned to the trust, now keep in mind, everybody that deals with MERS, you know, they can do, you know, a lot of things behind the scenes. However, when they assigned it to the trust or it went to the trust is not a member of MERS. These trusts are not members of MERS. The trustee may be, but not the trust itself. The trust is an entity in and of itself. So therefore, if there's any movement of that title, they were supposed to record, and especially in New York.
Ah, okay. Again, it's all good to know. Unfortunately, you know, like I said, I've been trying to study as much as I can. Unfortunately, there's only so much time in a day to get the information you need, do your job to survive, and eat at the same time, and be on these calls as much as possible.
Yeah. And right now, you're in New York, and there's some recent cases came down where, and I'm glad to see this because this is one of my big issues for a while, is the agency issue. Now, they make it very clear, and this is not in all states, by the way, but because I've worked in about 15 different jurisdictions. But the majority shows that in order for an agent to prove his agency, it has to come from the principal. And it's that way in New York. So therefore, when you challenge agency between the parties, whether it be the attorney, whether it be MERS, whether it be any signer of any document, it has to be proven by the principal. And once agency is raised, it's no longer presumed, and it must be proven.
Okay, that's true.
And that's a killer because I've never had them to prove agency. I even had cases where they actually dismissed their own case.
Sweet.
Rather than to go down that road. That means they were operating in fraud.
Right, I agree.
Where is your authority to act? That should be asked at every juncture. Where is your authority? The attorney, where's your authority?
I went to my loss mitigation thing in front of a judge, I think in April. And I even asked the attorney, because they had another attorney come there who has nothing to do with anything of the case. I guess the original attorney couldn't come with a law firm. They sent somebody else in place, and I asked them for their agency. They gave me documents that were copies, of course, no originals, and they were notarized and dated in different places. And one law firm gave the permission to change from one law firm to the next law firm, and then the president of the bank supposedly signed it after they already gave permission from one lawyer to give it to another lawyer.
Oh, Your Honor, what's going on here?
I told them the same thing. They go, that's no big deal. Don't worry about that. That doesn't mean anything. I beg to differ, and I plan to take this up in a matter of finding out about the notaries.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Unfortunately, I don't think any of us can do that except for Angela.
No. It's going to close down. But here's the importance with the agency, because with a corporation has no standing before the court unless the agent is proper before the court. So if the agent is not proper before the court, then the court does not have subject matter jurisdiction over the alleged controversy because the corporation has no standing before the court. That's how important it is.
That's very good to know. Like I said, I've been studying very hard to understand all this, and I hope it all works out for all of us. What was I going to say? I saw on Angela's website that you have that the non-guru thing there. So I was planning on possibly signing up for that. Are you still looking for people to sign up? Are you there? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now I was saying, I think I saw on Angela's site about something that said the non-guru or something.
Okay. You didn't see my name attached to that.
No.
Okay. So just follow the directions. The links are there. Follow the directions, and you'll be taken care of.
Okay. Yeah, no, definitely your name wasn't attached to it. I was just from listening to the things we talked about here, I was just, making mention to that. Okay. All right, that's pretty much it. I thought there are other people on the chat here with like all kinds of questions. I'm surprised nobody unmuted themselves to speak.
Or maybe she had them locked out. I don't know, because she had to unmute me. I was muted for a little while in the beginning.
Right, I was just going to say, yeah, I was muted at the beginning too, but then I got to ask CM a question, and then I muted myself, so I was able to unmute when you had asked and spoke. But I don't know if anybody else is able to do that at this moment.
Okay, well, it was a very, very interesting call. There's a lot of contributors tonight, so it was a very productive call, a lot of good information. Only problem is people are going to have to probably go after the recording for Constitution Man because he talks so fast.
I actually like that. I just wish I wish we can all repeat it like that in courts like this. You get it all out there, and then you confuse them, and then they don't know what the hell to do, and then it's all right. Let's just go for the dismissal, and just leave it at bay. But just hoping. I listen to these recordings all the time. I got my little iPod ready. And every time we have one of these shows and he's on, boy, I just let it play.
Yeah, because even the first guy was good, too, Gene.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's also good. He was on, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about a week ago. Last week.
So he's very good, too. Can't complain.
All right, let me get back to work. It's getting ready to shut down anyway.
Yep.
It's been a pleasure.
Same here. You have a good evening.
You do the same.
And hopefully we'll talk again soon.
All righty. Good night,
Thanks.
everyone.
Bye.